But yes, my guides aren't allowed to talk to me while I've got a cigarette going. They're not allowed to talk to me while I'm dancing, while I'm grooving to my music. So the only exception is in my car. They're allowed to talk to me because they save me from getting caught up in traffic, believe it or not. And that's a weird thing, but they also protect me. So my protection guide is allowed to interrupt while I'm driving. Only only the one. Only the one guide. And if you're interested in guides, my last YouTube was actually about guides. So I'll put the link up. And yes, my go live notification was a bit weirded out by time zones, and I couldn't fix it. I couldn't edit it. But yes, my Titanic tarot arrived. And once I do the prayer, I will show you the Titanic. Hey, Princess Boo Boo, welcome in. And yes, it's steamy hot here in Victoria. We've got bushfires going. So if everyone can say prayers for those affected by bushfires near me, that would be wonderful. It is also, yes, I'm safe where I am. I'm safe where I am, but having lived and worked in regional Victoria, I do know people that are affected. So if you could just say your prayers to the people affected, just like I did when Canada had the bushfires. It was a shock to the system, but it is way too hot here in Victoria anyway. And tomorrow is supposed to be 40 degrees Celsius, which in Fahrenheit I believe is hitting somewhere near, yes, they're still burning, Brainy. And tomorrow is expected to be 40 degrees Celsius, somewhere near 120 something Fahrenheit. Floods in North Queensland, yeah. But Victoria are quite, the state of Victoria within Australia. Hello, Apple Shampoo, welcome in. The state of Victoria within Australia is actually quite used to having fires then floods. It's just the way our weather system works. Megby, welcome in. And yes, I have got my Titanic tarot. Oh, there's still active fires. Yeah, it's a world that has gone crazy in more ways than one. And you guys know I do a Sunday spiritualist event. And the interconnectedness of everything that lives was brought up. And very philosophical though. Yeah, the weather patterns for the last 2 years in Australia, Princess Boo Boo, have been crazy. I remember in October going to Queensland and seriously getting soaked to the bone and freezing cold. And I'm a typical Melburnian when I travel to Queensland. I do not pack anything like winter woolies. And so I was in Brisbane, freezing cold. The shoes I bought with me, I'd broken. So I had to go shoe shopping. And it's like, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, yeah, 2020 fires and floods. Yeah, that's here in Victoria, fires and floods. We go 1 year without and 1 year with, in terms of fires. So this one's a big one actually. And there were, believe it or not, there was some idiot on the freeway riding on the rims and sending sparks out. So along the freeway, they set fire to the side of the freeway just by riding on rims. I don't know how anyone can do it, but the sparks were flying out. And look, obviously we don't know the circumstances, we don't know the person, but to me that's idiotic. You know when you're riding on rims. Yeah, dangerous. Definitely dangerous. Yeah, on the highway. Oh, in like 2018. Well, there you go. Don't ride on rims. You can affect more than just yourself. It's dangerous for yourself if you're riding on your rims, but it's also dangerous because the sparks can set fire. And believe it or not, the rim they were riding on was the closest one to the petrol tank, so it's a wonder the whole car didn't explode. Okay, so that's me getting my vibes up. Now, I'm going to do the Harry Edwards healing prayer. And I was blown away by the Titanic. I'll get into it after the prayer. I was blown away by the history contained within this deck. So give me a second. I will do my prayer first. Divine Spirit, may I be thankful for all the blessings I already have. Grant me relief from pain and sickness. Protect me from all ills and grant me good health in the days to come. Remove all causes of imperfection and bring thy healing ministers close to me, that I may be conscious of their presence and so receive guidance and inspiration. Grant me courage and fortitude to overcome all adversity. Let me be conscious of thy strength in all times of need. Grant me confidence to overcome my fears and not to anticipate harm. Teach me how to live rightly in thy sight, to do only that which is right and true. I pray that good guidance and right influencing will inspire all thy peoples to be as brothers, one to the other, and that peace shall endure for all time. Amen. So, yes. And when it comes to my phone, I've actually enlarged the script so the glasses don't go on. But me being blown away by my impulse purchase, seriously, they send you... I'll move the cover out of the way. And I know all this is bulk printed, okay? But they send you copies of the Morse code messages. I'll just open one for now. And the first message sent to Titanic from Burma. What is the matter with you, UD? Okay, we have struck iceberg and sinking. Please tell captain to come. And there are IDs for ship's crew. There's tickets, there's letters home, and it's an historical envelope that comes with the deck. So this is where I think it is beautiful, and I consider it like one of those purchases where you think, I don't really need it, but I want to get it. It does come with an old-fashioned DVD. It comes with an old-fashioned CD that plays music that would have been played on the Titanic at the time. So it's well worth going authentic with this one. I go authentic with all of them, but yep, there's the DVD and CD. Okay. Oh, I think I might have to ring up about this one because I think I am missing the cards. And seriously, I have just unboxed it. I'm missing the cards. Ah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Unless they're in the same box with the Yeah, it's like a no. No, they're not in the same box. That's okay. When you buy authentic, this you have recourse. You have recourse. So that is one of the benefits of buying authentic. So yes, I will follow it up. You would think they would check it, wouldn't you? It did have a clear wrapper on it, but this is where I think divine timing and the universe all play a part. They all play a part. So maybe I wasn't meant to get it because I'm a history buff, so would it interfere with the way I read? Maybe. Maybe. And Brini, you were up first, seeing you were the first sub to come in the queue. So there we go. And I'm feeling like a longing for physical normality and longing for that physical union when I tune into your energy. I'm longing for it too, but I can't say it's to that depth. And my guide said to me, or using my imagery in my mind, said to me, don't sweat the small stuff. I feel like there's a tendency to sweat the small stuff. Don't sweat the small stuff. Which, in translation, hey Sylvie, welcome in. And Princess Boo Boo might be able to translate for me while I shuffle the cards and tune in. It's little things that are upsetting are going to happen. Don't focus on them because they just become bigger. And I feel that there's a flow-on effect, and it's that when I said longing for the physical, it's that supportive, encouraging energy that I think is missing too. Yeah. You're rocking out this world, so others are going to have that jealousy, and I feel a flow-on effect has been the rise of bullies. But they're being friggin' difficult. Yeah, don't sweat the small stuff, because I feel like, you know, when you have a bad spell of things, and let's face it, we all do. I'm going through one myself. If you sweat the small stuff, the bad spell of things tends to have a roll-on effect. And think of it as a ball rolling down a hill, gathering the moss and growing bigger and bigger and bigger as it rolls down the hill. Because I feel there's, even though you're saying they're being friggin' difficult, I feel you're at a point where you're wanting to approach them, but you don't know how you can do that in a balanced way. Yeah. And I want to say, this has pretty much shocked you. The feelings you're having have shocked you. But they've shocked you into action. And trust me, as a Scorpio, I can tell you, anger is my motivator. So whenever I get angry, I'm like busy as. And I feel that this has shocked you into action. This has shocked you into examining and, yeah. But you're examining every microscopic detail. Examine the good and hold on to the good. Yeah. I feel in holding on to the good, there will be an end reward here. Well, there you go. I don't always pick up. I'm picking up Breenie's inner urge. And can I ask, is this with a Virgo, Breenie? Strange Moon Lilith, is this with a Virgo? Virgo or Taurus? I can't change it. He's Aquarius. I feel like if that's the case, they're not respecting what you know. I feel you may have wanted to do their chart and they said no. Okay, then check out where check out where Venus and Taurus are. And I think that will answer your question. I feel the person you're dealing with is genuine. They're wanting stability. They're wanting serious. But it scares them. Yeah. You find Pisces men hot and cold. See, hot and cold early on's fine. But hot and cold into the relationship is... Yeah. You've got... And this card on Tarot of Dreams is actually on the front of the box cover. Understand that they want to be the one to take action. And sometimes we have to step back and let somebody else take action. Remind yourself you've got all of the popularity energy going your way anyway. And I feel that you need to step back and let this person have some of that popularity energy in their own mind. Yeah. I can understand why they're going backwards and forwards. But they want to... There's a provider energy here. And when we come across a provider energy, we have to step back and let them have some of that provider energy. And I feel you're struggling with stepping back. Yeah. But he wants to do right for you too. There's a provider energy here. And yeah, I feel like they've, in certain circumstances, they've been prevented from demonstrating that provider energy. Welcome in, Light Seeker. Yeah. They're wounded and hurt at the moment, Breenie. Can you understand they're wounded and hurt? No, it's not a give up streaming bit. It's thank you, Light Seeker. It is hot as here in Victoria. It's going to be hotter tomorrow, but yeah, I feel it's not you streaming that is the problem. I feel it is you handing over the reins, handing over that power, that provider power. And you're the queen, trust me. And the only way I can say this without offending how people identify is by saying, think 50 Shades of Grey. Only the reality of dominant and submissive. Everybody thinks the dominant has the power, but it's actually the submissive that has the power. Even though the submissive is doing everything the dominant asks, the submissive has the power. So be prepared to exercise that power of the submissive. So give in, let the other person have their provider energy, but understand you drew the Queen of Wands. It's a queen that's, to me, that's tearful, that's having to give up power in order to get what they need. And I feel that that's what you're juggling with at the moment, Breenie. And yes, I missed a hello horse-drawn portrait. Okay, you've got the Two of Cups here. You are dealing with somebody who desires that dominance in provider energy. I think you're going to have to reach out. They're in wounded mode at the moment. I feel they're wounded. Largest cat reformed, welcome in. Another handle, love the handles. They're fearful of contact leading to an argument. And they want to avoid the argument. And hopefully that makes sense for you, Breenie, because I believe there has been contact and it did result in issues of the past being brought up. Yeah. But there's something about issues of the past being brought up. And it's like we don't have a time machine yet, so you can't go back and change it. So if it happened in the past, it wasn't dealt with in the past, leave it in the past. But I also get a feeling of not being heard, and I don't know whether that resonates with you or with the person you're dealing with. I feel that there is a way forward. It's just you're both wanting exactly the same thing, but you're coming at it differently. So keep communications brief. There you go. I feel the listening needs to happen. Because, yes, even in criticism, there can be a constructive form. So even in BS, there can be a constructive form. I dealt with an Aries for a long time, and sometimes they drone on about work for like 2 hours before they get to the actual important bit that you need to hear. And I feel sometimes that's what you're dealing with. And just remember that you're the more confident one here. You do have that popularity power. But take that popularity power outside of the relationship, not within. I feel things will work out. But try and frame a topic of discussion that's neutral, because this person is wounded. So it's almost like, as the Queen of Wands here, you need to boost their ego. And I know that sounds childish, but We all need an ego boost from time to time. Some of us get it in our, yeah. There you go. We all need it. From time to time, we all need that ego boost. We all need that thing that says, you're important to me. Oh, Medby, don't say that. Because that's stuff I'm into, and yes. And sometimes it does drone on. But Cookie Duo, thank you for putting up the list. And I believe we're pretty much in order. I do have to, let's see. Why do I have to go backwards? Princess Boo Boo needs to be boosted. Sabs, you're already in the boost area. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it is a problem when it's every conversation, but some people need to download. You can ask the person, maybe you can ask the person to pause and download later. It confuses them. But yes, Brainy, exactly. You may have to listen to things, but you're into music. You have that in common. And maybe listening to that BS that's related to the music, you may educate yourself. So have that in the back of your mind. Yeah. Have that in the back of their mind, that listening to some of their BS may educate you. But they're in wounded mode at the moment, so if you do approach, you need to approach as the divine feminine. I do get that it's worthwhile. There may be some arguments, but you do have the most brilliant Two of Cups. And seriously, there is sun coming in, but all the shiny bits on this Two of Cups is actually on the card. So my guide, congratulations for choosing this deck, because this Two of Cups is the most brilliant, and it's got the two swans at the bottom. And swans mate for life. And yes, if you're interested in this deck, it's Tarot of Dreams. It's another Ciro Marcinetti deck. And some people may have heard me comment about Ciro Marcinetti's artwork. If you're in California, please don't tell me, because you're right near the gallery. Thank you for the hydrate, Rodav. Thank you for looking after me. I've got some awesome people who look after me. You're all awesome. You all care about me. Yeah. Oh, Medby, thank you for the hydrate. More coffee. More up energy. More. No, Medby, don't start that, because I might throw up my cup of coffee. It's a litre cup. You saw how big the Titanic tarot that was missing the cards was. Largest cat reformed, thank you for the sub. And I've reached my sub goal. You all saw the Titanic cover. My cup doesn't even fit in stream, so it's like a litre cup of coffee. And oh, crazy days. Yes, no horse-drawn portrait. The cards were missing when I unboxed it. So I'm going to have to recontact them and get them to send out the cards. So we'll see where that goes. But it's like divine timing. Would it have impacted how I did readings today? Maybe. Because I let you in on seeing how I prepped for stream and how yes. So that was a bit of a newbie. Oh. You were so scared you were going to get sprayed. New beans, look, we don't have skunks here in Australia. I can only go by what I've been told. And I'd be grateful that you weren't sprayed. And that one gratitude would carry me for like 2 months. Thank God I didn't get sprayed by a skunk in that time. Okay, now new beans, I do believe you are next. There you go. And I feel the energy of European football is you. And I'm saying that because I had somebody with me that was talking about European football. Oh, wait, hype train time. Naria. Charlie, thank you for the sub. Oh. You only have 1 tomato in your fridge. Okay. If I could give you some tomatoes, I would, because mine grew. So I actually had them from my garden. But rotten tomatoes being thrown at me, no, I don't want it. But the gratitude for me would actually carry me through my 1 tomato. With 1 tomato, I could make, well, you need a teaspoon of Vegemite, but I could make a nourishing soup with 1 tomato. And Rodav, thank you for gifting Corgi Duo a sub. Hype train coming. Woohoo! Hype, hype, hype. Hype train. Choo, 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 choo. It's 93% complete with 4 minutes to go. So biddies, what? In biddies, that's 100 bits. How many have I got? I've got 16 viewers. Out of 16 viewers, that's what, 10 biddies each? Or 5 biddies each? Something like that. Oh, tomatoes get off. I heard, what did I hear? Vanilla essence apparently gets off the skunk stench too. So, yes, so close to a hype train with 4 minutes to go. We're 93% complete. So if anyone wants to throw biddies, now's the time to throw your biddies. Oh, Lady Palace Athena, thank you for the sub. Hype train. Woohoo. Yeah, Rodav, I get ya. Boom, yeah. Sabs, oh. That is awesome. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. That makes up for not getting my Titanic tarot. But I do have to come back to concentrating. We're 27% into level 2 hype train. But I do need to focus on new beans because I feel I have a spirit communicating with me. And I'm getting the essence of a male energy coming through, fairly young. So I'm getting around about late 20s age bracket. I'm feeling that they weren't well. They were a weak child. Horse-drawn portrait, thank you for the 50 biddies. And B for Bands, welcome in. You finally caught me, yes. I just have to connect to this spirit because I need new beings to pop back up in the chat. Even though, yeah, I'm 30% to level 2 hype train, so still got 70% to go with 3 minutes, but we'll get there. Now, new beings, just let me know if you can relate to this energy that's coming through. And don't think you're going to miss out on your reading, because that's not how it works. If spirit come through, they get their message across. So I just need new beings to pop up in the chat. And if you're not subbed and get thrown to an ad, please tell me you're in an ad. New beings, I'm getting a male energy spirit. I feel this male energy past late 20s. I'm feeling that they weren't healthy most of their life, or they were weak most of their life. Can you understand this spirit energy, please? If it's a no, your no's can be just as loud as your yeses. I'm human. I can get what they say wrong. So new beings, just let me know if this spirit energy relates to you. And don't worry, you can still ask a question if you do not accept the spirit reading. But I have to give it, when they make the effort to come through, I have to pass it on. I've got no choice but to pass it on. I know Rodav was awesome. Kickstarting the hype train too. Yeah, I feel they're not alive. Oh, Sabs, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. We're now 86% of a hype train with a minute to go. Oh, Sabs, mwah. 86% to a level 2 hype train. Oh, Cookie Joe, thank you. 92% to a level 2 hype train. Oh, I'm getting sweaty, and it's not because of the heat, because I've had the air conditioner going. Okay, if you can relate to someone living that is like that, if they've lost a parent recently, I can relate to it. Spirit will use whatever connection they can get to come through. Sabs, thank you, 97%. Come on, I've got other viewers that can throw biddies. 97%. With 28 seconds to go. So come on, throw your biddies. Let me get the spirit person right for new beans. And we've got 18 seconds. So biddies. Cookie Duo, thank you. Level 2 hype train. Oh! Oh, Breenie, thank you, darling. And Princess Boo Boo, oh my God, you guys are so awesome. You are so awesome. Level 2 hype train. Woohoo! I got so excited, I almost hit the raid button. Oh dear. Don't get me so excited that I lose my brain, but yeah, they could be younger. Trust me, I'm 56. Anybody younger than 56 is young. You're not sure? Okay. I feel there's been a loss in the family. If you can check that out, new beans, and by all means, ask your question. They could be younger than the 20s, but if you can relate to that, please express your concern. Yeah, B for bands, 56 is young, but guess what? At 56, we got to see the cool bands without forking out $400 for a ticket. Horse-drawn portrait, thank you for the biddies. I think my voice is gone now. Yeah, we got to see all the cool bands. I saw AC/DC in 1978 with Bon Scott as the lead singer. So Bon Scott was the original lead singer of AC/DC. I know. It was Walla. I also managed to see Alice Cooper live. I've lost track of all the bands. Joan Jett, Susie Quattro. I worked in the music industry too, so the amount of bands I saw is excessive. Guns N' Roses I've seen. I haven't seen Slash live alone. Tom Petty I've seen. I believe I saw Tom Petty with the Travelling Wilburys. You always miss Alice Cooper. Yes, I saw Bowie. Corgi Duo, you're just showing how young you are. They've just done their anniversary bit here in Australia, so you're showing how young you are. I've seen Bowie. I saw the Stones. I saw the Stones around about time of Sympathy for the Devil. Yes, I saw the Saints. They are an Aussie band. Of course I saw the Saints. Of course I saw the Saints. My favourite Aussie band, though, is the Angels. And Green Day. I've seen Green Day. So, Sabs, you and I are on the same page. I saw Green Day around the time of American Idiot, the release of American Idiot. And no, I'm not saying American Idiot. Yeah, they were good live. So, I'm not saying Americans are idiots, but that was the title of the album of Green Day. But I would have liked to have heard Time of Your Life done live. Anyway, New Beans. Okay? It's not a guide that I'm picking up New Beans. It's actually a connection. If you can relate to that younger person who has been sickly most of their life or weak most of their life, I feel in their family there's been a recent loss. So that's up to you if you feel confident to check it out. Spirit people will never tell you to go and check it out because they understand that this is a time-sensitive matter. They're male, early 20s. Okay, I feel when you do get a chance... Oh, Hype Train Success Level 2 is being done. Thank you, people. And that was all while a spirit person was talking to me. I feel there's a family member in that male energies. He did have a tumour removed. Okay, yeah, that fits. If it is appropriate, New Beans, if you can check, let that person know that they did come through a medium. I feel there's been a recent loss within that family. Doesn't necessarily have to be parent. So if it's comfortable for you, check it out. Otherwise, just keep your ears open. I feel you've got a question, though, when it relates to your success. I don't know whether it's in love or whether it's with work. So you're going to have to fill me in on that one, New Beans. I got sidetracked with a hype train. Ran out of time and PK not. Oh... You're going to have to tell me what ATL and FOB means, Sabs. Ah, then for Atlanta. Okay. Ah, Fallout Boy. Okay. I've heard of Fallout Boy. We've had Blink 182 here in Australia. Success in Love for sure. Okay. We've had Blink 182 here in Australia, and I managed to see. Not as good as they used to be, unfortunately. But, yeah. I missed out on pink tickets, though. And don't get me started on Taylor Swift. I mean, ugh. Tony, welcome in. Oh, it doesn't surprise you with Blink 182. It was still worth going because it was like they're younger than me, so I don't mind. I don't mind going along to seeing bands that are younger than me in regards to a specific person. Okay, you think about that person, New Beans, and I'll try and intuit something. I feel this has been a go around, New Beans. Linkin Park isn't the same anymore. Oh, that's sad to hear, Tony, because I didn't mind Linkin Park either. Any band that's younger than me that I liked, I don't mind seeing. New Beans. I feel it's like being a merry-go-round with this person. I feel like it's been around and around and around and around and around. And there's promises. So New Beans, just yes or no at this stage. I'm tuning into your energy. You don't like the new lead singer? Oh, yeah. I know, $500, Princess Boo Boo. I was going to go. I had connections that would have got me in. But I get access all areas when I go. So, but I didn't get in. So I just rocked it on Sunday to Pink playing in my car. Okay, you can understand that, New Beans. Okay. Can you understand why I'm picking up that this person's hiding something dark or has had to deal with something dark in their life? I feel like they're wanting... There's a gold digger energy here. And I feel like it's them, not you. New Beans, can you understand the gold digger energy where money is important? You need to be careful with this one. I feel they've had you waiting. And seriously, people, when the relationship is new, you sitting around waiting is never okay. Even when the relationship is 10 years old, if they know you're sitting around, that is no as well. It's like, oh, no, you don't. So, New Beans, I feel they've had you sitting around waiting. And I'm not calling anyone out. When I said gold digger energy, I feel money is important. And I feel it's with your person. Yeah. And that's exactly what they want. They want to be taken care of, both financially and emotionally. I feel you deserve someone who equally gives. Would you be dealing with a Leo for any chance? Yeah, don't wait. Don't wait. Yeah, they need love beaver bands, but to sit there and expect somebody else to provide 100%, no. Now, new beings, can you understand this person dreaming of traveling? Yeah, love comes from within. That's not the feeling I get. He's a Leo. Okay, I don't know what MC refers to, but I'll go with that. I feel this person is... They don't have two pennies to rub together, and yet they're wanting to travel. You're going to have to be the strong one here. Please don't become a doormat. Don't let them wipe their boots on you. And that has more to do with how they treat you and emotionally rather than physically. Don't let them walk all over you. Yeah. Don't let them walk all over you. New beings, I do feel he's an Aries, but his sun is mid-heaven. Okay, as long as you know you're going to need to be the strong one here. I feel that there might be... I only say this because I also am impressed that you feel the same way, that there may be someone else in the picture. Then you save up and go to Chicago. Stop paying for this other person. Because from what I see, they don't have two pennies to rub together. And I feel they could gamble. And trust me, I'm not calling anybody out. I play poker, so therefore I gamble. But I feel this person could gamble. No, this is you, new beings. I need to say you need to have the strength to let this one go. I do feel they want it all. But I don't see any indication that they're willing to work for it. He plays poker. Okay, there you go. I play poker, so I'm not calling anyone out. But that's what I got, that they did gamble. But this person wants the lot. They want everything. I don't see any indication that they're willing to work for it. There's no indication in these cards, or even at the bottom of the cards, that they're willing to work for it. They've actually got the 5 of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. So protect your lovely energy, new beings. Not that I'm picking up here, but you need the strength to protect yourself. If they want to come at you, right, it could be the person, but until they come at you right, no, they're not the person. I feel there's something deeply hidden here. So, new beings, I will leave that with you. It is entirely up to you. I know you would want a different outcome reading. I try and stay positive here. On this stream anyway. But I'm not picking up that this person's willing to work for everything they want. So just protect your beautiful energy. And remember, if you love yourself, you're presenting to the world that you are worthy of receiving love. So start loving yourself. If you want to go to Chicago, save up for it. Find ways to save up for it, but do it for yourself. No one else. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Naria, you are up next. And due to the hype trains, I think everybody's subbed now. So, yes, I think your energy is beautiful, new beans. So do it for yourself. You're a giving, generous, thoughtful person. You're worthy of giving that thoughtful, energetic love to yourself. First and foremost. Okay, Naria. Naria, can you understand somebody who passed with cancer, please? You're welcome, new beings. I feel it's a lady energy and I'm feeling passing with cancer. I'm feeling a female cancer energy. Not sure. I want to say there was an attempt at treating via removal of the cancer. That may signify it closer for you. I'm feeling it could have been removal of a breast. No, it wasn't the star sign, new beans. Oh, B for bands, I hope you can too, but I always appreciate the exclamation point leave, so I will remember that the next time. Cancer the disease, yes. No, cancer the disease. This person is on the other side. I feel they passed away or died as a result of cancer. And I feel there was an attempt to remove the cancer. Your auntie, was there a removal of one breast, please? I know I'm getting personal here, but I've got to give what I get. Okay. Oh, wow. It started from, yeah. I feel it ended up in the liver. But it was quick. From when the attempt to save happened to the passing of this lady, it was a short time. I feel like 3 to 6 months. Yes. And I feel that you share something with this lady. It's either the anniversary of your death is near your birthday, or you shared a birthday with this lady, or your name comes from this lady. There is a connection here. No, you missed half of it, new beans. But Naria has recognized it. So it's a spirit person that is coming through for Naria. Okay, that's okay. You investigate it, Naria. I'll continue with the reading. This lady is coming through because I believe it's pretty close. to this lady's anniversary of passing, anniversary of death. And there was something about the gene that causes these cancers. And I want to say, this lady's coming through. Please, if it is the gene, get your genetics checked. It's worth it. However, I feel this lady is telling me this lady's lifestyle was very fun-loving. Smoking, drinking. It was fun-loving. Yes, there you go. So take this lady's love, and please, if you get a chance to have the genetic tests for the cancer done, do it. This lady's taking responsibility for her end. So she's saying, I had a really good life and I had fun. And I feel that that may be because you're not having fun with life at the moment. So I'll leave that lady's love with you. And she's giving you pink flowers. I can't see what they are, but Naria, you would understand this. The queue is still open, Nectonaut. I'm glad it makes you feel better, because this lady wants you to enjoy life. And this lady is fully aware that life is very different now than what it was when she had fun. Oh, you should be in my head, Nectonaut. You should be in my head. Naria, can you understand somebody who... Okay, I've got to reword this. Can you understand being susceptible to what people say? If people say that they will do something, you believe them. If people say they feel a certain way, you believe them. Moreau, welcome in. I just need Naria to pop back up again. Yes, okay. I feel you're really hard on yourself at the moment. You're equating great qualities you have within yourself to the reality of you having to juggle money. And seriously, people, stop focusing on money as being the be-all and end-all of life. It's not. I put up on my Twitch stories a note to self to remind myself that we can say hello to a person and entirely change their lives with that one hello. To me, that is more important than having the money to buy something for ourselves. And I know that sounds pretty deep and pretty on the surface, but I do feel that you're holding on to your material possessions and struggling to make ends meet at the moment, like most of us. And it's why I was blown away by the hype train that everybody participated in. empty the compartments of your pantaloons. Yeah. I can understand the stress, Naria, and don't worry, I'm not calling anyone out. We all have these moments in life. And now a lot of people are having these moments, so I don't even consider this evidence. But you've been hiding yourself away because of it. Yeah. And can I say it's led to a vulnerability within you? You've got the Sun card coming out though. So I feel that vulnerability within you, just by hearing from your aunt today, you've started to understand about having fun with life rather than taking it seriously. I wish I could remember it now. Keep trying. I feel you'll succeed. I'm trying to remember it. It was... I've got a friend that's a Redditor. So Reddit, the posting format, and there was something on there about phone scammers and this person setting up the phone scammer saying, oh yes, I transferred $10,000 to, and read out the number, and it was 1 digit wrong. And they recorded the scammer's reaction to the 1 digit wrong. Of course, they never transferred the money, but it was, how it was set up was ingenious. And I feel for some reason that you're trying to look and appear and sound like the person everybody desires. And yeah. Thank you, Medby. But it was ingenious the way it was done. I'd be the same with the memory bit. No, I'm usually pretty good. So, yeah, Naria, I feel that you're seeking, I almost want to say a return on investment. I feel you've invested in a person and you're seeking some return from that investment. And it's almost like asking for your prayers to be answered. And I am picking up that you are a diligent, hard worker. I do feel a need to look after your voice. I feel your communication is your work. You're waiting for a stock to work out. Okay. I feel your communication, your investigation is your work. Have you recently had to walk away from one stock, Naria? It broke your heart. I feel as soon as you walked away, it went up. Okay. There's a wish granted here. Kind of recent. Yeah, kind of recent. But be glad you walked away. The others that didn't are going to lose their shirts. As in lose everything. So be glad you walked away. I do see you rolled the dice on something and it's going to pay off. It's like a wish fulfillment. You took a risk. And that risk is going to pay off. Whether that be in money, I feel it's more in love. You took a risk in a love situation, and it is going to pay off. So whether that's buying somebody a birthday present that you were totally unsure about, or whether that was taking a risk on a person, it is going to pay off. You feel like you've been shut out though. Okay. Can you understand? You're okay with more love. Can you understand not being able to tell the person you're with your entire truth? I feel that it's almost like there's a wish. I wish I could tell them the entire truth. I do feel that you've tried to quite a few times. And each time something has stopped you. There's been, in October, yeah. Can you understand you and your husband having an unauthentic relationship? Or, let's see, a relationship that was exclusively the two of you making adult decisions. Oh, two spirits for one. Oh, that came in quick. Yeah, but the two of you made adult decisions that your friends have no idea about. And you really want to let them know. Yes, thank you. Thank you for being honest, Naria. I do believe I have your husband here. And he wants to say your skin is beautiful. Your skin is perfect. And I feel like there was something to do with your skin. Every time your husband commented, it had to do with your skin. And I can feel that your husband is touching your shoulder. It's like I feel that there's a youthful skin, and at times you found it hard to believe. But for this spirit person I have, that was true. It's like your skin is youthful. Your skin is... Yes, but I also get comments about it being youthful. So either there was a large age gap between you and your husband, or your husband did actually think your skin was youthful. Okay, then I do feel there was a 5-year age difference here. I also feel there was a love of whiskey. No, I can be wrong about the age difference. That's fine. I'm 56. The older I get, the harder it is for me to judge age. But I get that there was a love of whiskey. And I'm smelling like a honey bourbon. And I know whiskey's different than bourbon, but work with me here. I don't drink much alcohol. So I'm smelling like I would smell a sweet whiskey. No, I don't drink much at all, but he didn't like that. Then what's the sweet smelling drink I'm getting? It's sweet but kind of thick. I'm smelling it as coffee. No, he would have been able to get coffee to me. I'm not going to accept that. Not unless you had your own espresso machine. And his coffee was like a macchiato. No, it wasn't sweet tea, Corgi Joe. It was thick. Nothing that fancy. Okay, have a think about it, Naria. I do believe he is here, and I feel there was a problem with husband's leg prior to passing. And husband was stubborn. He did drink tea with honey. There, I can live with that. Can you understand how I would get the look of that mixed up? If nobody wants me to have it, feel free to shout out, I'm wrong. Karen, you're wrong. Yeah. And there was something about needing surgery and your husband refused. He said, what's the point now? And I'm picking up husband took you on a holiday just before things went downhill. He was really anxious about doctors. So am I, Naria. So am I. But your husband took you on a holiday before things went downhill. I feel your husband kept something from you until after that holiday. And I'm seeing rolling of the dice, so I feel it may have been to a casino of some kind or a cruise. You were planning a trip but didn't go yet. Okay. Can you understand it being either to a casino or on a cruise? Okay. Then go. Can you understand your husband passing with something to do with the head, please? I'm getting a pain in my head and then everything goes blank. No. Have a think about it, because I do feel husband suffered headaches leading up. Definitely go on the cruise. Do everything you can to go on that cruise. It's almost like your husband would have loved it. Okay, come on. Okay, in your quiet moments, I know it's difficult being put on the spot and you've had 2 spirit connections today. But I see a wish coming true, so go on that cruise. And I do feel that the widow friend of yours understands you. And there's some freedom and happiness around that. I'm glad you know about it, Princess Boo Boo. Yeah, go on the cruise. It's almost like your husband's coming through with a blessing on this. Your husband's quite cheeky. Your husband is quite cheeky. He's making me blush. He's coming through with things that I don't want to say on stream. And as I said, sometimes people need to be inside my head. He's been quite cheeky with me, and that make me blush. So if you can understand that, Naria, I get that is coming through. And where you are at the moment, Naria, I feel you're sitting next to either a dark grey or a black seat when you're listening to this. And I do feel I'm being shown a packet of cigarettes. Two spirits in for one person. This is amazing. Okay. Your husband is there in the room with you. And I feel that there is a pillow that never gets used. And that was his. Okay. Mwah. Take his love. That's just evidence for you. He's there with you. And spirit is a thought process, so they can be hundreds of miles away and still get the evidence through. So go on the cruise with your husband's insistence. Seriously, cheeky. In Australia, we say cheeky bugger. It just means that, oh, thank you, Corgi Duo. Thank you, Princess Boo Boo. It just means that cheeky funny, and it's like a ribbing, where you would knock them with your elbow in jest, in fun. I know it's not fun for you. Please excuse the way I cope with this, but it's so I can keep my energy up to keep going with the reads. So bless you, Naria, and go on that cruise. Because I feel both the spirit people you've had, yeah, there you go. In Australia, we would say cheeky bugger. It's almost like the pinching of the buttocks. Cheeky bugger. See now, Princess Boo Boo understands. We don't get offended by it. Most Aussies don't. We'll just turn around and say cheeky bugger and walk off. And that's what I'm getting for you, Naria. And please excuse me keeping the energy upbeat. If it was person to person, I'd be bawling with you right now. But just know that your husband wishes the same as your aunt. They want you to get out and about. They want you to have a full and enjoyable life. Yes, vibes do matter as a medium. Thank you for understanding, Naria. And you've been blessed. 2 spirits in one read. And your husband says you're not dead yet. So I feel that there is a new relationship energy coming in. And there's the Ace of Wands on the bottom. Yeah, it definitely is an Aussie term, cheeky bugger. But we wouldn't take offence to things like that. We would just turn around and say cheeky bugger and walk off. Women in Australia are pretty tough. Maybe not so much modern people, but we never used to... I can remember catching the train to work, and I'm segueing here just to lift up my energy a bit. Oh, thank you, Sabs. Yes, sending you the best, Maria. Um, that's what I got. It was an insult for fun, turning around saying cheeky bugger. Um, a modern Aussie, no, because that would be illegal. But a modern Aussie would be offended. How dare you do that? Or how dare you say that? Aussies my age are like, oh, you cheeky bugger, get lost. And yeah, it's like, do you know what? I was working in the city, and there was a law that came in that construction workers were no longer permitted to wolf whistle. My brother is a construction worker, so I know deep down most construction workers are salt of the earth. And yes, my brother being a construction worker, I know that the wolf whistle was a compliment. I used to walk past construction sites on my way to work, and I would get the wolf whistle, and I actually would blow them a kiss back. They were far enough away, they weren't going to hurt me, and I'd blow them a kiss back, and I'd walk off to work. And then they banned it, and I missed it. How sad is that I missed the wolf whistle? It would not go down well today at all, Naria. You're right there. It would not go down well. But it's sad that I actually missed it. They brought in a law, and it was sort of like a week later there were no wolf whistles, and I'm like, damn. But yes, as far as Aussie women go, we're pretty tough. I can remember catching the train to work. This is a different work site, so I can remember catching the... It made you feel nervous. Really? Oh, Princess Boo Boo. See, this is why it was banned. Some people took it with the affection it was meant. Others felt nervous by it. But I'd just blow the construction workers a kiss back and keep walking. But I could defend myself, so it was never really a threat. And much earlier in my working life, I was catching the train to and from work before I got my licence. And we knew the suburb where I worked, we knew there was a local flasher. A guy in a trench coat that peels it open. And it happened, we heard about it, we knew it could happen to us. And it's like, I'm catching the train home at like 8 p.m. at night, it was dark. And on the other side of the fence, on the railway platform, on the other side of the fence, there he was, flashing. And I said, now you're going to have to show me where it is. And he just shut the coat and ran off. And it's like, Aussie women did that. We just didn't hold punches. We would actually be a bit brazen. Some people call it forward. Yeah. And another hydrate. You make me hydrate too much and it'll come out the mouth. But anyway, as long as I don't laugh while I drink, it won't come out through my nose. Yes, there's things that you can't repeat here. Sweet dreams, Naria, and I'm sure you will have a restful night tonight. And okay, Medby's starting to write jokes, so things are different in the outback. How so, Rodav? because I've worked in the outback and things are even worse. It's like the swear words come out then and my reaction would still be the same. But anyway, enough chit chat. My queue's long enough. I do have to get through the reads. Sabs, you're up. Okay. And I'm starting to feel spirit inundated here because, Sabs, I feel I've got someone for you. Can you understand, Sabs, in the last month losing someone? Male energy? No. Okay, I'm going to leave that aside because I'm thinking 3 in a row is a bit too much for me. A flush beats a pair. I like the poker reference, Medby. I do like the poker reference. No, it's not a male relative. I feel like it's a male friend. But I was going to leave it anyway, but we'll see where we go. Yeah, Light Seeker, the list is still... That's okay. I'm actually grateful, Sabs, that you don't know. And for being part of the hype train, you get your oracle free. So you don't have to redeem the points today. And can I ask, is it your person's birthday coming up? No, thank you, Sabs. You were a huge part of a level 2 hype train. There you go, Rodev. Join the queue. Now, what did I just say? Your person's birthday was last month. Then it's yours this month. I get a birthday. Adult birthday, not kid birthday. Okay. I'm not going to change decks. My guide said don't. My guide actually said don't. So... June is your birthday. Okay, I'm going to leave it with you, Sabs, because my guide said don't change it. I feel like there's a love disappointing energy at the moment. If you can understand love, it's either a distance, and I do know your person travels, so I'm not going to... Okay. Yeah. There's a wanting to be with your person at the moment. Another one I would not have pegged as being a Leo. Not Leo, a Gemini. Yeah, there's... Sabs, can you understand a desire to be with your person at the moment? Yes. No, that's okay. Oh, you're Cancer, June. Oh, that's okay. I feel like the only thing holding you back from being with your person is finances. It's like there's a sick and tired of being at home energy. But I do believe that your person can actually be with you. It's a choice they've made not to. And I feel with the work they do, they need to leave love behind. There's an energy here of having started to meditate. Meditate or take cold showers. I'll leave it up to you, Sabs. Okay. Yeah. Not going because of money. Okay. I feel there's a sadness around that. You just re-dyed your hair. Well, cold showers are apparently good for keeping the colour in longer. Seriously, they are apparently good for keeping the colour in longer. Yeah. I've never tried it. Don't get me wrong, I've never tried it, but... Okay. Sabs, I'm getting a sadness surrounding the fall through of the holiday. Oh, you did ask. We were talking about the bands, weren't we? See, I'm going to have to try the cold. Gives me shivers just thinking about it. But I'm picking up that you're actually trying to help reach a goal in the savings department so you can surprise your person. So Cookie Duo is saying cold showers make you want to dance. But I'm feeling your person could decide to take you with them on work. I know there've been studies done with people with high blood pressure. And cold showers are good. There've been multiple studies on the benefits of washing in cool water. So, Corgi Duo, I know those studies. I'm fully aware of it. But Sabs, I do get you contributing to the savings goal. You've got the sun coming out here, so I feel that your person may take you with them on a work trip, and I believe that's up to them to do it. There's news coming in, the Ace of Wands. I don't know what news. The sun comes before it, so... But... yeah, I feel that it's an option for them. In the past, they haven't done it because they concentrate really deeply with work. And it seems to be all-consuming for them. However, they miss you just as much. So I feel if the holiday fell through due to money, I feel that the trip will still happen, but it will be work surrounded. Just remember, they won't be able to pay you as much attention. And can you understand the internship that you're waiting to be confirmed? Is there a 40K amount surrounding it? You know it's paid. Okay. I just heard 40K, and if I hear it, I have to give it. I would say if this internship has a connection to someone from your past, there is a positive response. And what do you know? The devil comes up. The devil is in the detail. I feel like you need to go over contracts thoroughly. But as for you and your person, the closeness is going to happen. I can't see exactly how. I am theorizing that they will take you on a work trip. But please go over any contracts in detail to make sure, to doubly make sure you're willing to do what's in the contract. And try and find something to fill your time. Yeah, I believe you really have to look, and it may be of benefit to get a legal professional to have a look over the contract as well and explain to you any grey areas that may impact you in the long run. You do have shrimp and a fish tank. Okay. Because I see the boredom. It comes through in like 4 different cards, Sab, so I'm seeing the boredom. Yeah. I am seeing the boredom. I'm seeing the loneliness. I'm seeing it bordering on depression. So, you know what I say? If there is anything medical, please seek help. But that is coming through in like 4 cards. And sign of the times for your oracle. When I fix up my Titanic deck, I think I am going to have to order an extra deck of Sign of the Times. Even though this deck is really well made and I can highly recommend, at the same time, I have already bent 1 card. And hopefully it doesn't fixate on this boredom. But just remember, there are contracts, whether it has to do with the internship or whether it has to do with something else. Please, if you can, get a legal professional to look over it. I feel your person may actually have the contract knowledge to look over it. And I feel your person is very comfortable looking at contracts. It depends, Schuster. It does depend. I find that decks, when I say this is a good deck, it's made well. Decks you need to be able to vibe with yourself. Some people vibe with darkness better than others. And some decks can be dark. I don't vibe with darkness, so most of my decks you will see are quite bright. And most of my decks have multiple themes within each card. So hopefully that answers your question, Schuster. But I forgot to pin the YouTube link. There, I'll pin it now. Okay, if you're not following me on YouTube, that is the YouTube link up there. And I cover those topics and more, and you get to ask what you would like to see in the YouTube, because my circle is happening. Although the amount of people that just ghost, they say they're interested and you set up a time to talk with them, and then they all of a sudden unfollow you and disappear. That happens a lot. So, and I'm thinking, what's wrong with saying I've changed my mind? It's as if people aren't allowed to change their mind anymore. Yes, you are. Okay, Sabs, this is it. Here we go. Ooh, healing. Okay. And I get that this is luck. Okay. Someone has a medical connection. And I feel it's somebody you know who works in the medical field. And there's luck that comes with it. And because it Casa, somebody fill me in on the symbol, the medical symbol. This isn't it, but it's got two of them. So this is the luck staff, not the medical staff. The medical staff is Casadusa. There. See, I'm tongue-tied today. This isn't, obviously an ambulance, but the staff represented on this is not the medical one. It's the rod. There you go. Thank you, Kogijiro. It's the rod of luck. The eternal, everlasting luck. And Sabs, I do feel that you have an acquaintance or a friend. Yeah, it's a single snake around a branch. And that's, you've got two of them, so that's doubling the luck. So Sabs, I feel you may have a friend that works in the medical field or in the allied medical field. And when I say allied medical field, the allied medical field can be psychology, sociology, naturopathy, and the list is endless. Because it takes a team to work holistically. And I feel that the healing is a holistic healing that will be happening. And I feel it's on a higher plane. So it's, when I say a higher plane, it's the emotional healing. It's the soul deep healing. Okay. And this is what Crystal Banner has to say. Crystal Banner is the one that does these cards. So I give you my version of what I pick up. And I also give you Crystal Banner's version. If you redeem an oracle. Imagine being behind an ambulance, a vehicle literally and symbolically designed to facilitate healing, with a version of this symbol filling your windshield. Originally called the staff of, yes, the Asclepius, Greek god of healing. This symbol of one snake wrapped around a rod became interchangeable with the two-snaked caduceus, the wand attributed to the Greek messenger god Hermes. Over the years, became interchangeable over the years. But it's the modern day associations with hospitals and medicines gives the message of healing. Whether your pain is physical, emotional, or spiritual, this symbol shines light on the healing that has or is taking place in your life. Remember that the healing process sometimes requires us to seek assistance from others. And I always say that, seek assistance from others. Since healing is not always linear, as in one step after the other, be patient with yourself. Progress may look different depending on the day and the situation, which is okay. Allow yourself to process your emotions and examine your triggers. Healing is uncomfortable, but once you get to the other side, you will be proud of how far you've come and the knowledge you've gained getting there. Could relate to past traumas. Let your friends and family support you. And I feel that's a main message, because I did get that your person has the skills to assist. I felt it was with the contract, but your person has the skills to assist. So, Sabs, don't be afraid of mentioning it to your person. As I said, it could be that your person takes you on one of their work trips. So be entirely open with your person. And whatever this contract is, go over it thoroughly. And hopefully that makes sense. It's not your usual reading, Sabs. I didn't realize things were so deep within. But you're a deep soul. You're a deep, deep soul. But I feel magic can happen. And I get that that's where you've lost faith. You've lost faith that magic can happen. You're optimistic. Okay, I'll believe you. Yeah. But somebody asked me a while back about, did I feel the energy of the most current full moon? And I was exhausted. And if anyone saw last week's stream, you would know I was totally exhausted, like physically exhausted. And you still feel it. There you go. Apparently it was a really powerful one, but it may surprise you. I do know non-believers. And a non-believer told me that the full moon in April has some great cosmic significance. And it was actually a non-believer. So for them to say it has cosmic significance, I'm going to be careful. I'm going to reserve my energy and keep pushing forward. Now, I have no idea why there is, let's see, somebody put the queue up before. There's 13 in the queue with only 12 viewers. Huh. That's bizarre. But I'm usually pretty good at protecting my energy. Snowkai, you are up. You're welcome, Sabs, and please take care of your energy. Now, Snowkai, I'm picking up that you're wanting a love reading. Thank you, Princess Boo Boo. How did you know that was going through my head? Because I've done like 3 spirit reads, 2 for one person, and I do need a little bit of a break, but I'm getting through. Okay. My guides told me to draw a few Love Oracle cards because I'm getting indecision in love. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Snowkai. I was going to do it out of the generosity of my heart. What's the timing? Are you next, Corgi Duo? Yes, you would be. Oh. Seriously, it'll only be a $5. 5, 6, 7, however long it takes me to maneuver from one side of my house to the other. Yes, I was going to do it out of the generosity of my spirit for Snowkai, but Snowkai redeemed after I said it, so there we go. I feel there's been some sort of meeting that was unexpected, Snowkai. And it's added another element to your current situation. So Snowkai, if you can pop up and let me know if that resonates. It's like an unexpected meeting or a fated meeting. And just while I'm waiting for Snowkai, you're not sure. I feel like you may have met another person. I feel you're juggling 2 and a 3rd has come into your social sphere. You're not juggling anyone. I'm sorry, you're well liked, Snowkai. I'm not changing that at all. My energy was on point here. Okay. I get an Aries energy. If you can relate to that, Snowkai, just let me know. I am going to put these 3 over here, just so I can see what they are. Okay. No. Then someone's very logical. I don't know whether it's you or whether it's the person you're dealing with. They're logical. Everything has to be done in order for them to be comfortable. Everything is a habit for this person. They believe that habits, everything in life, if you make it a habit, it's a good way to approach life. And that goes from the order of getting out of bed, what they do in terms of getting out of bed, using the bathroom, brushing their teeth, having a shower, or vice versa, having breakfast first, then the rest. Yeah, they're quite obsessed with it, actually. Can you place that with this person you're thinking of? And don't think it's strange. I'm not calling anyone out. Never, ever think it's strange. I used to do it. You can understand it. I used to do it. If you create it as a habit, it happens instantaneously. And you don't have to think so much. But you're sitting in heartache, Snowkai. I feel there may be an on and off situation with this person. No. It's a miscommunication at best, an on and off situation at worst. You know why they're pulling back though. Okay. Just let me know if you can recognize why they're pulling back. Because there's an understanding as to why. You're not sure about that one. I'm picking up an understanding as to why. I feel you are waiting on a text from this person. Yeah. I feel the person that you're thinking of may be at a distance from you at the moment, either on holidays or working travel. Oh, time zones. There you go. I said the working travel before, didn't I? You're analysing. It's either you or them that are analysing this as to whether it's a good or a bad thing. You will get the text, I would say, within 2 days. Because it's like missed signals, or I call it text message ping pong or voicemail ping pong, where you're ringing them, you get their voicemail, they ring you, they get your voicemail, and it's a few tries before you actually connect. I know you're self-aware, Snowkai, and I know you're aware I never call anyone out on anything because I'm just as guilty myself. But I feel phone tag, that's it. We call it phone ping pong. So I never know how to phrase it. But I feel like one of you is possessive. It's like when the communication does happen, it's like, what have you been doing? Who have you been seeing? And it's more possessive than a wanting to know. Don't worry, Nectarnot, you're still there. Just be aware that there were hype train people that will be boosted in the queue. Snowkai, if you can understand, you miss each other by like an hour. You think it's more on their part. That's okay. I feel there's a reason behind it, and you're aware of the reason behind it, and you try and give them understanding. There is going to be success in getting time zones right, because it's almost like you've been missing them by an hour. You're fearful of being needy. Can you understand that, Snowkai? Fearful of being needy? Please express. As in, let them know what you need from them. Because it's almost like, have the courage to say what you need from them. Because I feel not saying it, they're thinking other things. They're analysing other things. You find the distant contact is your greatest difficulty. They're finding that lack of physical contact the greatest difficulty. So please express to them that you're on that same page, because I feel the time zone stuff is preventing you from having a date. It's preventing you from having that physical one-on-one. There is somebody that is going to travel toward the other. I feel it's you may travel toward them. Yeah. But if you don't say it, that fear builds. Whereas if you say it, and you can phrase it in whatever way you would like. You can say, ultimately my goal would be to meet with you in person. Bobby, welcome in. By being honest, there's a joyful outcome. I feel the stress has been building, Snow Kai, and by being honest, there is a joyful outcome. And no one has to apologize for disturbing me. I talk, I can multitask. And if you've got questions relating to spirituality or what I do, yes, I believe you will make contact with them. I feel it's you visiting them, but it could be the other way around. But the possessiveness I picked up, you don't want that. And I feel that relates to their past. Both can be possible. There you go. I do feel that there will be a text message communicating this, or a message, no matter how you communicate, that looks forward to this. But don't be fearful of being vulnerable, of expressing exactly what you're missing in this connection. Because I feel holding it in is holding you back. And don't be surprised if you do meet someone locally. And when I say meet someone locally, that could develop into a friendship. I'm glad you understand, Snow Kai. But don't isolate yourself what's coming across here is don't isolate yourself. You may meet someone locally. There is nothing wrong with having a friendship locally. But don't be fearful of being vulnerable either with the person you're interested in. And I do feel it's you going to them. So hopefully that resonates, Snow Kai. I know, it's really difficult in a long distance relationship because you quite often don't have the non-verbal cues to let you know how it was taken. But I feel not expressing it with the possessiveness of the person could result in a trail off of communication. Not expressing how you feel could also be setting up red flags that would normally show. So if you were face to face, you would have covered Bobby, if you look in channel points, there is a skip the queue redemption. You may or may not have enough channel points for it. I'm getting to a difficult point because I've had a level 2 hype train, so people will be skipping the queue anyway. But if you have enough channel points, you can redeem skip the queue. I feel that if you express it, you will see a red flag and can address it early. So hopefully that resonates a little bit, Snow Kai. Just a little bit. You know, when we're face to face and interacting in our common area, we quite often come across those possessiveness red flags early and can address it early to find out if it's going to interfere with an ongoing relationship. When it is long distance, we don't get that opportunity if we're not totally honest. And also, if it is a red flag for you, don't be fearful of expressing that you're not totally comfortable with their response, even though it is long distance. Yeah, I did pick up on multiple people, but as I said, it can be friendship. But I feel you're waiting on a communication with them. And I feel like it could have been 2 days before you were simultaneously communicating, which means at the same time. So please be your beautiful self, even in a long distance situation, because you don't want to drag out something that could possibly be a red flag for you. And I feel the possessiveness would be. So Snow Kai, hopefully that resonates for you. And as Princess Boo Boo said, I am going to take a break. So thank you for looking out for me, Princess Boo Boo. Having 3 spirit communications straight away, 2 for one person. I never regret it, and I will always give it. But I do need to take a break and get my energy back up. But Snow Kai, I always know when I need that break, and I knew I could do your reading first. So you can sense that. Yeah, kind of dig. You know what to do, Snow Kai. I get that you've got spidey senses that can work. So Snow Kai, please ask those questions. Whether you're person to person, whether you're long distance, it doesn't matter. If possessiveness is going to be an ongoing issue, it can raise a red flag, and you don't want to drag out something long term or long distance that you would probably end face to face anyway. So be yourself on the long distance communication. So I feel it's inbuilt in them. I feel the possessiveness is inbuilt in them, but it's up to you to find that out, get the information you can, and move forward with your perspective. I have snippets of information. You have all of the information in front of you. And a message in 2 days. Yeah, keep a note of that. And also keep a note of running into someone who becomes a new friend. So I'll leave that there. I will take a break and I will be back as soon as I refill my coffee and use the powder room, etc. I'll be back. thank you for allowing me to have that break. It was much needed. And I do believe Corgi Duo is next. And Snow Kai, I appreciate the thank you. Thank you for the welcome back. And let's see, Corgi Duo, part of the hype train as well, gets the Oracle for free. You just got back as well. So was I. Although I'm lucky, Subra is actually making my coffee for me. I was able to come back a few minutes early because of it, so we can thank Subra for that. And I am totally at a loss now. That's what I was going to do. I have to see if I have to do the next bit, and I do. There we go. And no, thank you, Corgi Duo, for being part of the hype train, level 2 hype train. Whoa! It blows my mind. And for your read, I'm using the Arcanum. And, okay, I'm picking up a restlessness, and it has to do with homesickness. Can you understand this, Corgi Duo? A restlessness to do with being homesick. Not homesick. Okay. Yeah, there's a restlessness. I can't. It's almost like you're traveling home in April. Okay. I'm feeling like if it's not homesick, it's plans have changed. You don't want to go. I feel things have changed, as in at home has changed. And it's like home isn't home anymore. Home is where you are now. And I have to pull out the cards now. Blue Moss Dragonette, welcome in. And, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I feel it's even more so. I feel someone may be missing, or someone has travelled themselves. Okay. No. Sorry, I just saw the bottom of the deck, and it's the Two of Cups. And it's sort of like you don't want a distance between you and your person anymore. Yeah. And it's almost like, thank you, Subra. I'm so lucky. Yeah. And you don't want to waste the money either. It's like I want to prevent wasting money. Okay. Thank you, guides, for choosing the decks. I'm picking up like a sub rosa, which is Latin, people. If you can understand Latin, you would understand the term sub rosa. It means beneath the rose. And you don't want to lose that building up. You're not familiar with the word. The rose is the stability. The underneath is the thorns. And it's almost like there's an obligation that drives you to go home, but that obligation is starting to have less of an impact. You're struggling with that obligation. Again with the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah. I feel like there's a permanency that could come. There you go. The Empress. In control. I feel it means staying Okay. I do feel that there is going, yeah, there's the Chariot. There's going to be a shock revelation coming through that means you won't have to worry about the visa. And there's your Aries. It has something to do with your Aries. Yeah. I get that you don't want it to be for a certain reason, such as a visa. You want it to be for genuine reasons. And I do get that the reasons are loving and genuine. But you're fearful of the timing. And I feel that as far as home goes, there's a certain tranquility that is home that you're missing, as in a certain politeness, a certain je ne sais quoi. If you're learning French Canadian, I believe that is close enough. A certain way of being that you miss. Other than that, there's nothing. And you've got the sun here too. Yeah, it's like the status quo, but there's a politeness of your home country that you miss. A certain interactive hierarchical order that you do miss. And I'm sorry, your Aries is going to come in and save the day. You've got the Sun to the Knight of Swords and the Page of Cups. I feel your person doesn't want a disruption in the routine. I get that the timing, I feel like there may be a proposal coming. But I get that the timing, you're worried about it being because of the visa. You want it to be organic because of you, not because of the visa. But it's a genuine offering. It is a genuine offering. Yeah. I feel you may have already had this discussion. Yeah. I feel you may have already had the proposal discussion. Don't worry, Light Seeker, you're still in the queue. It's just I've had level 2 hype train and another hype train. Okay. Then prepare for it because I feel it's coming. And it will be before April. It may be in 5 or 6 days' time. 5 weeks' time. Your person does not want you to go. Okay, yeah. Hermit and Temperance. Your person does not want you to go home again. Yeah. That's what I got. That the timing would, you would want it to be just for you, not because of the visa. But I'm picking up that your person is going to be miserable with you missing. And they fear that. Now, which oracle would you like, Corgi Duo? Okay, you do your chores, Light Seeker, no worries. Sign of the Times, Vintage Wisdom, or Law of Positivism. Vintage today. I get a newbie. Oh, okay. Oh, my guides have been pretty spot on with choosing the... Because I get like the two of you have managed to merge both your masculine feminine and masculine divine masculine, your divine feminine and your divine masculine. You've been able to merge it both successfully. And there's a fear of losing that. It's almost like you can tag team. Oh, sometimes the inner child coming out can actually be good. But I get that Aries are a little uncomfortable letting their inner child out, but we'll see. Yeah, I see it as good 100% of the time too, Corgi Duo, so... But I know that Aries are uncomfortable with that. They feel it's loss of control. I feel like it's having fun. Okay, so yeah, be prepared for the question. It's going to come out of nowhere. And I would say in 5 weeks' time. And would I be wrong in saying you've already visited a jeweler? Ah. I'm going to show this card that flew out. No visit to a jeweler. This card flew out. The only reason I don't take cards that pop out. The only reason I'm showing it is because it was at the bottom of the deck when I pulled the cards out, and it resonated to me. It spoke to me. It was transition, if anybody didn't. Yeah, hauntingly pretty. But I get that something is haunting you about going home. It's like the niceties you once had at home aren't there anymore. It's as if somebody has moved away. Can you understand Europe? I'm getting Nordic Europe, like Iceland. I feel there's a family member that's in that region. Iceland, Denmark, Holland. No family in the EU, UK. Okay. Other than your sister in Scotland. Then I need to go with that one. I feel the sister won't be going home. And this may be the first time that the two of you have not been in the same zone. Okay. I need to go with this. Peace. Ah. It's a loving embrace. And the orchid in the background is symbiotic for me. Yeah. It is pretty. These cards are so beautiful. I don't mind the fact that they're 27 centimeters long. The artwork on them just speaks for itself. And it's Victoria Moseley that does the... Yes, I'm lucky I've got very large hands. I've got very large hands, so I can just do it. But I feel there's a nurturing energy that's coming out, and I feel it may be coming out in your person now. It may be coming out in you now. And it's come out with a bit of a shock. The playfulness you enjoy has become a bit serious. If that makes any sense at all. Okay. There you go. That's my version of the card and seasonal. I do know about your seasonal affective or your SADS battle. However, I feel this is other than. And Chaos Sucks, thank you for subbing Lightseeker. It's just unfortunate that my queue is subs. I've had a real hype train event stream. I feel it's not that is causing the current emotional. It is the separation or the letting go of the past, letting go of childhood that has brought this about. Thank you, Shoestar. Yes, I know you're still in the queue. The queue is massive, actually, so even blew me away, but a level 2 hype train and another hype train after that just blew me away as well. Yeah. And I feel the returning to home is not as much of a comfort anymore. Anyway, Victoria Mosley says about this oracle card, this classical depiction of Mary cradling the infant Jesus was chosen for its serene and timeless beauty. The quiet lake seen in the distance suggests peace, homecoming, and the simple grace of motherhood. A cascade of fragrant white jasmine symbolizes love in Hindu culture, softly cradles the scene. Regardless of creed or culture, our need for peace is universal. And this card invites you into its sanctuary to gain insight into your current predicament. Okay, I should have put my glasses on. Peace is not only found in calm, harmonious surroundings. Peace is a state of being which can be cultivated from within. Thoughts have the power to free or enslave the thinker. The quality of your thoughts are mirrored by your reality, in turn affecting your potential to experience real and lasting peace. One of the first steps on this journey is acceptance. So be aware of any potentially paralyzing thoughts, such as judgment or criticism. Cultivating a centered mind and body creates a platform from which to find peace. Meditation and yoga are effective tools for both. And with practice, you can discipline restless thoughts and lead the mind to a still oasis of the present moment. Through stillness, you can learn to listen to your entire being and cultivate a direct relationship with oneness, which is always at peace, regardless of mortal circumstances. Another way to experience sublime peace, even amid dynamic activity, is through selfless service to others. By creating a space unencumbered by restraints of the mind and dramas of the ego, peace can breathe, contemplate, and lead you to a richer understanding of its authentic nature. In the words of Sri Chinmany. If you have inner peace, nobody can force you to be a slave to the outer reality. And I would have to disagree with Shri there, but Victoria Mosley had that. You do plan to go back to yoga. So yes, go back to yoga. And I do know the queue's nearly 20, so it'll still be midnight probably. I may reopen the queue, but I have to maintain my zen. Kogi Duo, can I repeat the quote of Sri... I can't get the name right. So the quote is, if you have inner peace, nobody can force you to be a slave to outer reality. Hello, Lilla. I have closed the queue. I may reopen it depending on how time goes. Yeah, it's deep, Corgi Duo, but I do have to disagree. Outer reality, we're all forced to put in tax returns, for example. So even though we know it's coming up to that time, it still doesn't lessen stress. And I think there is a healthy level of stress. Because without it, what motivates us? So there you go, deep Karen philosophy. Oh, you get everything on this stream. Deep Karen philosophy and Victoria Mosley's wise words. And deep thinking. Thank you, Lilla. But yes, there's a myriad of things that can disturb our inner peace. While you are doing yoga, no, nothing on the external can interfere with that peace you get. So I would go for it, Corgi Duo. I'd definitely go for it. But please be prepared for deep discussions with your person. Even though they've been supportive and encouraging at this time, be prepared for deep discussions. Yes. And don't laugh at the clumsy way they may come about. I just saw that in my mind. Don't laugh at the clumsy way they may come about. I know sometimes it is hard. It is hard not to laugh, but I feel there's a seriousness behind your person's heart. So develop that inner peace. And I don't regularly use the Arcanum, but I love that deck. So it may come out more frequently. Okay, now let's see. Nope. Don't need to pay attention to it. Need water though. Okay. Now, some stuff to ponder on as always. Well, hopefully it was accurate to Corgi Duo. Okay. And Schuster. And thank you for the posture check. That's you. I have to do the stand-up posture check. Oh. Because, yes, yes, but it's going to be deep. But as I said, 5 weeks. I felt like 5 weeks, so we'll see. I felt like 5 weeks. Now, Schuster, I feel there's a love question here. And it's tied up with finances for some reason. Yes. Can you understand why I'm getting up? It's tied up with finances. Ah, the person. That's why it's tied up with finances. But I want to say that they're the person you've been wishing for. I feel they may have been working with you for a time period of 6 months, 6 years. And it's only just now you've got to know them. Schuster, is it you that's the Gemini? 6 months. There you go. As I said, I have to give evidence no matter whether it's a spirit contact or whether your Pisces. No. Then find out what the person, what the co-worker is. I feel there's a Gemini energy here. I feel you're sitting in success, and this came as a shock. It was within your success that you found that there was a common ground. And if you get thrown to an ad, please type in ad. Just letting everybody know if you're not a sub or not turbo. Please just let me know you're in an ad. Because if I get no response, I think you've dropped off. As in dropped out of the queue. Oh, Sabra made the best coffee. I'm so lucky. I really am. You're surprised with success so far. Okay. I feel like there was a genuine effort on your co-worker's part. I feel like there's a genuine effort on your co-worker's part to get your attention. And not in a co-worker way. I would say yes, go for it. The answer may be no. I would say go for it. But I feel like the co-worker has... Let's see what's on the bottom of the deck. The Magician, yeah. The co-worker has an ethic that they won't date anyone they work with. So there may be something to get around here. So by all means ask. If you ask and the answer's no, you're no worse off. But yeah. I feel the answer could be no. But it would be based on not dating a co-worker. It wouldn't be based on yourself. And hopefully I'm making myself clear here. Yeah. There's joy. The World. Yeah. I feel it's not related to yourself, Schuster. It's related to not dating a co-worker. And I do feel your position within that situation. Yes, I can do the oracle. But your position within that situation, it's almost as if you're more senior than them. And we have Sign of the Times. We have Vintage Wisdom. What's Samir? I'm a bit confused now. I feel the answer may be no. You're same as them. Okay. And you get to choose the oracle. I have Vintage Wisdom, Sign of the Times, or Law of Positivism. You get to choose. And I'm going to need to use my glasses. So again, a shout out to Zenny Optical. And please, if anybody knows anybody at Zenny Optical, let them know I'm shouting them out and wouldn't mind being paid for it. Because I love the glasses I got from them. What do you think? Makes me smarter? Okay. Law of positivism. I'm going to have to put the glasses down while I shuffle. And I do love these cards. And Shireen Oberg does the explanations. But if you redeem an oracle, you get a Karen meaning and you get a Shireen Oberg meaning in the case of Law of Positivism. But I do feel that talking about working together and how to work around that may have a positive outcome. Because you've got the Nine of Cups here and the World. So I'm not worried about it as in being co-workers. And yes, that was half the deck, so I'm not including that. Yeah. But I feel that it's either yourself or the person that has interested you that is against dating co-workers. So there may be... I get that there's hope beyond that discussion. It just needs to be talked about. It needs to come to some sort of arrangement that suits you both. Oops-a-days. Okie dokie. Law of positivism, here we come. And that, when I say that, that can include you too, Schuster. So examine what your thoughts are on the subject of co-workers dating. It used to be a big no-no. Yeah, even if the answer's no, I get a good feeling too. Because I do feel it's not based on you as a person. It's based on the concept of co-workers dating. And it used to be a big no-no. Just remember, I'm 56. So I'm going back many, many moons. It used to be that when you left school and started work, you would be in the job for the rest of your life. It is no longer that case. So... back in my day, I hate saying that, I sound like my mother. Back in my day, you wouldn't date a co-worker because it was like you would be working together for life. But if there is some way that you can negotiate with the person to have boundaries at work, there may be some positive way forward. Because it's definitely not you, Schuster, that they're saying no to. Okay, here we go. Oh, I haven't seen this one. This is pretty. This is pretty. I have a healthy and stable foundation in my life. What an affirmation. I've got to write that one down. I have a healthy and stable foundation in my life. And I know this to be true. I do have a healthy and stable foundation in my life. But I feel, Schuster, this is something that has been playing on your mind because you may have been considering leaving the job if that's the only problem the person has. And I do feel that that may be a bit too much. But I do feel that you have a stable work environment You're considering leaving. Okay. But I believe your work environment is stable enough for you to set up boundaries for a relationship to be successful within that. Now, let's see what Shireen Oberg has to say about this one. When we are born and become grounded here, we start developing a connection within our physical body and with the earth. The nourishment and love we get from our mother help us to grow and create a sense of safety and security. Our physical body is connected to the earth as it is made of physical matter and is never separated from it. The root chakra is the first chakra in the line of 7 chakras along the spine. The root is located at the perineum and represents embodiment, connection with body, and our rootedness to the earth. When this chakra is balanced, you feel embodied and connected to your body, its signals and instincts. You have a sense of identity tied to your earthly existence, and there is a sense of security. If imbalanced, you can lose your physical connection or not want to connect. You don't know how to nourish yourself and feel unsafe and scared. This can happen due to overthinking and not connecting with the body. Now is the time to fully connect with your body and to Mother Earth. And the practices to reinforce this are be in nature, connect back to Mother Earth, and practice earthing by walking barefoot. In some cases that may not be recommended. Use your own wisdom. Feel your roots growing into the ground. Grounding meditations. A suggested crystal for this is red jasper. Root vegetables and nourishing foods should be part of your diet. Now, this is Shireen Oberg's belief, not mine. Massage your feet, legs, and hips with sesame or coconut oil. Chant the root chakra. Okay. Chant the root chakra mantra. Lam. Sit in a squat position and breathe into your pelvis. Imagine a red color filling your root chakra up with healing and nourishment. Okay, that's deep. But I do need to say, yeah, your work environment's stable. And I feel the stability of the work environment has actually been shaken by this connection. This is why you've got this card. And the connection that you have with a person doesn't necessarily mean you lose that connection at work. So talk openly and honestly with people. And don't be fearful of expressing your fears. So your work environment is stable. You have a stable foundation in life. Are you willing to risk that just for one person? Or can you set boundaries? You're scared of being vulnerable. Then do the mantra. Sit and breathe into your base chakra, which is your pelvis. Yeah, Shireen Oberg does tend to use fancy words, but breathe into your pelvis. If you sit cross-legged, it can be easier to do because you can imagine your breath going down to where you're sitting. But also understand that the other person is taking risks as well. If the answer is no, negotiate. Let them know that you can negotiate boundaries around work. I've known several successful work relationships, including one I was in. And it was about saying, okay, work's work. I hold this position at work. If I react or create, I am in that work zone. Once we clock out, I am in a different zone. I am in my personal zone. And some people can make it successful, others can't. Or others have difficulty doing it. Just see if the person you're interested in is one of those people that can accept. And hopefully that resonates, Schuster. Okay, here we go. Oops. Apple shampoo. And I think I might have lost apple shampoo. You're welcome. And yeah, just remember that people have had successful relationships with others in the past. Sweet dreams, Sabs. Thank you for hanging around. Thank you for the hype train. Level 2 hype train, remember, Sabs? Sweet dreams, Corgi Duo. And yeah, cleanse your energy, Corgi Duo. Now, apple shampoo was up, and Blue Moss Dragonair was one of my mods very early on in my streaming, is now streaming themselves. Please give them a follow. Okay, and let's see. I'll have to remember apple shampoo because they're still showing up in the queue. So, Medbee, you are up. Hello, hello, hello. And Medbee also part of the level 2 hype train. Thank you. I'm hearing music. I'm not sure whether you study music, Medbee, or you play an instrument. I am hearing music. Just let me know if that relates to you. And a yes or a no is fine. You sing karaoke on Thursdays. I play poker Thursdays. I used to do meditation here on Twitch Thursdays, but I need a life. Okay. What am I hearing? Come on. Make it sound louder. Sorry, I'm talking to my guides. I'm letting my guides know. Make it sound louder. You don't own me. I believe it's the only one I know of is Bette Midler. You don't own me. Yeah, I'm hearing the song You Don't Own Me. If you can relate to that, Medbee, just let me know. It's not very loud, actually. Your prerogative has that message. I don't know what your prerogative means, choice. It's one song. Yeah, I get it, but it's soft. So make sure your voice projects. You don't own me. I love it, the song. I actually love it. And I feel like it's quite a jovial group. As in, they have a laugh. Don't take the laugh as personal. But I feel this is a new you. You're stepping out into a new social you. And it's for the best. You have been worried about income. You have been worried about the state of where you live. And I feel this is getting you out of that knot. Yeah, go for it. Project your voice a bit more. You've got a good one. Because I heard it, but it was so soft. I had to ask my guides to turn up the volume. Even though it's not a massive priority for you, you are hoping that this will lead to love stability. Okay. There is some other artwork that you are interested in as well. And I do feel like a helping profession here. Yeah. You may have been visiting a therapist of some kind, performing arts. Okay, I can live with that. You may have been visiting a therapist of some kind and you're starting to see the benefits in yourself. And when I say a therapist of some kind, Light Seeker, I do believe it was Chaos Sucks Subdue. So I do, yes, it's been, but Medby, I'm picking up that you're starting to see the benefits. And when I say a therapist, it can be a Reiki healer that you may have been to see. But it's actually brought out in you a public persona. And we wear masks. Every single one of us wears a mask. In different situations, we wear a different mask. So that's okay, Light Seeker. Don't stress. I feel you're taking control of what comes towards you now, Medby. I feel there was heartache in the past. And when I say in the past, I need to go back a time period of 12 weeks, 12 months. I don't believe it's 12 years. I think 12 years is only me that would resonate with it. In the recent week. Okay. Can you understand guiding others? I feel there's virtue and also a financial gain in guiding others. Yeah. Oh. I do get that you are in, you guide others on an improv show. Awesome. That is awesome. Medby, I can't tell you how fantastic it is because I do see that you're healing others' heartache while at the same time healing your own. Can you understand being a deep thinker? Yourself being a deep thinker? Okay, there we go. You're wanting a love read, so yeah. Can you understand desiring a love read? I get that on that side of things, it's been quiet for some time. I didn't get the time period, but I get that it's been quiet for some time. And the next card's the Ace of Swords. And together with what I'm getting is that your actions in improving your own life are leading you in the right direction for a true connection with humanity and a true love connection as a result. I feel there's a science element. It's been quiet for a week and one day. Can you understand why I'm picking up a science element here? I'm not sure if you're playing around with pheromones or if you're looking at something other than that. But there's definitely a science element here. And again, as being... Okay, yeah. Two thoughts come to mind. Then you need to speak your truth. I feel one used to be hypothetical, but science has proven it right. And I do feel like it's something repetitive. It's like a mantra. And don't be fearful to take your blindfolds off, Medby. Do not be fearful in taking your blindfolds off. And no, it's not kinky. Whoever thought that, please clean up your thoughts. Interesting. I like it when people type interesting. I never know what it means. It could be you're way off base or how on earth did you pick that up? Either way, I'm quite confident that you are on the right path, and things, with each step you make, things are opening up for you. It just has you in deep thought. I feel like this has been a process, and in taking that step, things are opening up for you. I feel you're battling against some prior toxic energy. And I do feel, yeah, speak your truth to someone. Medby, I do actually feel that song has personal relevance for you. You don't own me. It's like, yeah, you can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to say. It has personal relevance for you. And that's what I have for you. And bottom of the deck is the Five of Swords. And in this, I actually get card games. Okay. It's come back as a mess recently. Can you understand playing games as being no longer an option? That's the bottom of the deck. Don't worry, Nectarnot, you are still there. I do have to boost. Yeah, playing games is no longer an option. So, Medby, hopefully that resonates, and keep it up. And definitely sing that song, because I feel it resonates with your being. with your heart and soul. And let's see. Thank you, Nectarnot, for putting up the list. It does actually show. I do have to move some people because Largest Cat Reformed was actually part of the hype train. So they will be boosted. But you're still in there. There you go. Yeah. And you subbed and became part of my level 2 hype train. So Largest Cat Reformed, you will go, but Princess Boo Boo will be before you. Yeah, you sing it out and belt it out, because I felt that normally you would do it quietly. Raise your voice, project your voice. And I do have to take a break. I know there's an ad break that's in progress, but I need to nourish my body as well as my spiritual side, and I will be back ASAP as soon as possible. Hello, I am Semi back, and Princess Boo Boo, thank you for saying goodbye to Chaos. Um, oh, I've just had the most amazing dinner, and yes, I needed food. Um, I just, I just get spoiled, and uh, I get spoiled and overwhelmed all in one hit. And Princess Boo Boo, you are next. So, um, let me have fiver where I'll just chit chat while I have a cigarette, and so dinner's not sitting at my throat. Um, I am blessed that Kim, Supra's mum, both of whom are follows. J-Step, welcome in. I've had to close the queue for the moment, but there's been a few people leave, so it may get reopened. And I have been blessed with the nicest, freshest dinner. Rice noodles with pork, or tet hao, I hope I said that right. Um, Tet Hell. Yeah, Tet Hell. Um, with mint, with fresh mint, with fresh lemongrass, with fresh beans. Oh, I'm just overwhelmed that I get treated that way every week because of streaming. And you guys are awesome. But I did have somebody who would cook my dinner for me, and that person had another job that they got, and all of a sudden, Sabra, who makes my coffee perfect, Sabra's mum ended up making me dinner. Everything fell into place. And I think if some people question divine timing, start looking at those coincidences within your life and look at them with gratitude. Sometimes those coincidences don't always appear as a grateful thing. As I said at the start of the stream, I was battling like dark night of the soul stuff. But just sitting there and having dinner that somebody else made for me, I found out that somebody else can help me out. And it's like with whatever I was battling or worrying about in reality, there's always help. So start looking at how things unfold. And the more we see and the more we're grateful for, the more that starts to unfold in our lives. And people often ask me, how come I can be so happy with things that have happened? And since moving, J-Steps had internet issues. That's okay. Last week was a bit of a stuck point for me, but we get there. And if we start looking at how things unfold in gratitude, then more things start to unfold. And then more, and then more. And you cease becoming bogged down by the negative. Even though the journey is different for everyone, by looking at the unfoldment of good things, the bad things still come. Don't get me wrong, they will still appear. Bills will still come in the mail, that's a guaranteed. Taxes will still have to be paid, that's a guaranteed. But the unfoldment of good will start happening more frequently. And that is the beauty of universal thinking. And it's the reason I can still be happy. And I do have to say, some of you may remember Rogue or the Deck Collector. I did a shout out on my page for something involved and didn't realise we were so close, but unfortunately I didn't have time in my schedule to shift. But who knows? It will happen one day. That much I do know. There you go. Princess Boo Boo was aware. And on my Facebook page, I knew I had some people that were in the area. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get to that area for a while. So I gave them a shout out in a different location. So I know what it's like to be traveling. And the universal payback is, it may not come from the person you help out. It may come from a different source. So just be aware that whatever you give to another, you give and let go. Because the universe will work out the payback. Yes, it was Mystic Marketplace or something like that. Um, but it was in Bacchus Marsh, Victoria. So I did a bit of a shout out because I do have followers there. So I did it on my Facebook page. And it's also strange that in modern society, people have their chosen apps. Let's use TikTok as an example. I know that's why I did the shout out, Princess Boo Boo. But I also knew that my followers were going to miss out because I wouldn't get to that area of Victoria for a while. And I thought, what better way than to send it to somebody I know? And the universe will send it back to me some other way. And that's how universal principle lasts. It does last. And it's a great thing that it does last. And I never know when it's going to come back, but it will come back at the time I need it. So hopefully my shout out was done at the right time for someone who needed it. And you're welcome, Princess Boo Boo. You deserve it. You did a spot on read for me. And a lot of people consider me hard to read. I'm an open book, but a lot of people consider me hard to read. So you did a spot on read for me, and anybody who's interested, please follow Princess Boo Boo. Because you will get that's why I like reading for handles. Because the person comes into it a bit less. And I've done blind readings where I've been behind a screen. I don't know if you've tried it, Princess Boo Boo, but you sit behind a screen, sort of like think priest confessional type thing. And a person walks in on the other side of the screen and sits down and says, thank you. That's all they say. And then you do your reading for the other person on the other side of the screen. All they're allowed to say is yes or no. They're not allowed to say anything else until they get out from the hot seat, so to speak. And you get the most amazing feedback, but you can't hear the feedback. It's a great way to keep and I say this, I've pinned the YouTube channel that I'm running up there. I think it's always important to revisit the clairs and revisit the training that we have had, whether it be in tarot, whether it be in spiritualism. It's important to revisit it because to strengthen those muscles requires a safe place where you can exercise those muscles. And it's why I still sit in a circle. It's not that I don't think I'm good enough to be in the community. That happened 35 years ago. It just means that I can exercise my psychic muscles or my intuitive muscles or my clair muscles, whichever word you want to use, and get better or be clearer, which is what clair is anyway. So if I want my clairvoyance to be clearer, I need to exercise that clair. And in exercising that clair in a safe place, I still sit in my own circle, and they have become part of my family. And that family connection that a circle brings is spiritual development family. And some people ask, well, is there a soul tie to the people you sit and develop with? Yes, I do believe there is. Well, that was a waste of a cigarette. Okay, now, Princess Boo Boo, you are up next. So, or you should be live on the list now. I'm picking up that you're trying to stand up proud through dark. I feel there's been a change of circumstance around you. I do feel it maybe someone broke your heart or wounded it. I can't say broke it because I don't believe that is you. You start soon. Yeah, there's something about standing up proud through darkness. Okay, we'll find out what darkness it is. Okay. There might be a dream that's being tested. I can't say it's the end of it, but I feel a dream of doing something else has been... Yeah, there you go. 10 of Wands. Dream of doing something else has been tested. It's like the live you and the vibrant you wanted to travel a certain path. Reality came in and you're now traveling a similar path. You've got the Star card. Don't think this is the end of the journey. Codes, welcome in. I've had to close the queue for the moment, but it may reopen. Yeah. You're in two minds about this starting recently job. Yeah, I think you've made the right decision too, but I do get that two minds. It's almost, I'm doing okay. It's decent money and a good company, but I feel you're having to pretend to be something you're not. I feel there's a harshness that goes along with this job. Okay. It's testing your precious heart. Yeah. But I feel the type of work you're doing is testing you. It's testing your heart. It's almost like, but can I really investigate this? Okay. I feel the resources it will bring you, you will do good with. So there's a balancing out here. Okay. The Chariot. Parts of the new job involve boredom. It involves the day going nowhere, yet still completing the required tasks. I'm weirded out by this, Princess Boo Boo. It's almost like I'm investigating something and I have to sit there and wait. Or sit there and review. It's an office job. Ha ha. Now it makes sense. I feel there's a loss of freedom here, as in a call center. I do feel like there's a loss of freedom. Is it Centrelink? Sorry, I know Princess Boo Boo is an Aussie. I can say this because Centrelink is... Okay, good. Then it is something that is... It's going to prickle. As I said, there's a loss of freedom. The return is good, I want to say. Insurance company. Okay. Please don't tell me it's a Melbourne-based one. But there's a questioning of, can I really do this? This has people's lives on the line. So hopefully that makes sense. I got that before you said insurance company. But I do get boredom being, yeah, boredom and breaking your own heart in the process as being the testing factors. Okay. I feel there is quite good training with this job, and it will lead to other opportunities in the long term. I feel there's a guilt associated with a mother energy. Yeah. I feel there's a guilt associated with a mother energy. I feel like it might be a vehicle incident with mother. Yeah. I'll keep going. The success you have, you don't know about that one. I'll leave you to investigate that one. But the success you have with this project, let's call it a project, it's going to shock you because there are going to be elements that will test you, and on a spiritual level. So I feel like it might be Barnum's statement impact, as in, if nobody is aware of the Barnum effect, it is statements that can apply and will be accepted by 95% of the population. Like statements like, you are brilliant, you will go far, there is brightness in your future, there is hope, and while hope exists, you still have everything. And it's like there'll be a challenge to that. There'll be success, but there will be a challenge to the intuitive power of that. And if that makes sense, just let me know. I feel you will rise above the challenges. So you can understand that. You will rise above the challenges. I feel there's travel related with this job. I feel like there is travel related with this job. Not the way you wanted it to happen. So I feel there is movement, either movement between the states or movement within a state. It's not the way you wanted it to happen, but you will accept it. Now, let's see. Yeah. There's quick communication or quick promotion with this. Even though there may be quick promotion, be aware of, I know you're aware of your own energy. You pop in and you're aware of mine. But I am getting, prepare yourself to be hardened by your experiences. And that's okay. because sometimes our experiences can harden our outside. There is a chance to move up, and I believe it will be quick. But don't fear the hardening up. The hardening up is the external, not the internal. Just remember that whenever we're hardened up by a job, it is the external, not the internal. Once our heart stops feeling in these situations, that's when we need to seek help. But bodily, I know you said insurance company, but I feel a deep connection with law enforcement here. Okay. And I don't know whether it is Brisbane proper, as in right on the waterfront edge in the tall building. So is it South Bank? We've got a South Bank here in Victoria, and it looks totally different than the South Bank in Queensland. But I heard South Bank, so I have to give it. I feel that's where the work is South Bank. And South Bank means you don't have to drive into the city. In Brisbane it does, that much I know. In Melbourne it's different. Well, you'll have to pop back in and let me know if you get the South Bank office, Princess Boo Boo, because I heard South Bank. You won't be at that office though. I'm just going to leave it there because I heard South Bank. And my clairaudience isn't as strong as my clairvoyance. So what I hear is not necessarily related to what I see. I did see a promotion, so it could be the promotion. But I feel there's going to be something quick about the promotion. So either something is uncovered during your training and they see that you would become quickly bored in the original role and decide to promote you. I do see it's quick. So I know you'll pop back in, find a way to pop back in and let me know. But now that I'm asking for the vision after hearing South Bank, I can see Brisbane South Bank. They are opening. I don't know where Ann Street is, so if it's South Bank, I'll live with that. Yeah, street names, CBD. Okay, I'll live with that. But I feel like South Bank. I feel it's on the water. It's a high-rise on the water. And there's a promotion with it. So, Princess Boo Boo, you don't know me very well. My northeast southwest compass does not work. My northeast southwest compass does not work. If I've been somewhere, I can return there with my clairvoyance. And where I returned to was South Bank. It was like you didn't have to go into the city. So I'll leave that with you. But I get that it's going to be a very soul advancing experience. I feel you may have been forced into it in some way. Some people say I have a tough skin, and I do, but yeah, sort of. Some people say I have a tough skin, and in some ways I do. But if you... Scorpio, welcome in for the first time. And thank you, Princess Boo Boo. But I have a tough skin. I worked in prisons. So I had to toughen up. And I worked with law enforcement. I didn't work in law enforcement. I worked with law enforcement. And I had to toughen up. So this is all before my spiritual journey. And yeah, it's like you have to toughen up with some jobs. Because sometimes it's up to you to break bad news. And it's part of your job role. And that toughening up isn't always a bad thing. The bad thing is if the inside of us toughens up or closes down, that's when it's a bad thing, and that's when you should seek help outside. I've been fortunate that I've had very supportive networks throughout the years, and I've been able to keep that inside of me healthy. And it's a process. It is a process. I feel your end goal dream that you had at the start of this year, Princess Boo Boo, is only on hold. And hopefully you resonate with when I say that. It's only on hold. Okay, I hadn't hit next, so forgive me. Shoot me. There we go. You're welcome. And Sylvie. Sorry, I've forgotten I needed to boost people. Because, let's see, we've got Lightseeker, okay, right up to Nectonaut. I do have to boost Tony, but Sylvie, you are up. And this is where I say to everybody, please, if you get thrown to an ad, please type in ad, and when you come back, type back. Then I at least know that you're in the queue, that you're able to answer. Okay, and Lightseeker, if you are there, the queue is currently closed at the moment, Scorpio. It's only because I needed to take a break. I had spirit bombarding the start of my stream. It will reopen as long as I have time. So the way it was going first thing, but as I said, there's been people drop out. And there we go. Sylvie is still showing up in the queue, in the viewers, but hello, Lightseeker. Okay, no. I feel, Lightseeker, there's been a development in your progress. I know I was talking about spiritual progress earlier, but I feel like there's been a development in your progress. And it's a bit scary. or it's a bit confronting, one or the other. Isn't that strange? I just saw, whoops, wrong way. I just saw the world on the bottom. And this is, in this deck, that's the front cover. A lot has come up in past. Okay. I feel you, and spiritual development. I feel you're starting to see solid shadow figures. Or there's a solid shadow figure that is potentially scaring you. Well, good on you for persisting. Sometimes it is really hard to keep persisting. A lot of people don't realize the energy that development does take. And it takes it out of all of us. Everybody who has chosen the development path. There you go. But you know, it's definitely, yeah. I feel it is that it's a progression of your spiritual development. It's not anything to be fearful of. But I do get the fear response. You've had a fear response. It's nothing to be fearful of. Okay. I do feel like, though, there's conflict. Yeah. I feel there's conflict. Someone's telling you there is something to worry about. Someone's telling you there's not. And fears of other people taking it. Okay. Okay. I feel there's disappointment in current development about not meeting guides or not having a close, because of the finances in the family. Okay. I felt it was more that there was, you wanted more guide work to happen. You wanted to get to know your guides. You wanted someone by your side that was also spiritual. And that's a rare thing. Trust me, it is a rare thing. Yeah. Congratulations on continuing to heal and continuing to acknowledge that healing needs to take place. Because I'm picking up your darkest fears. I want to say being lied to. Okay. Okay. A spiritual teacher, ask them questions. Please. I desired, I run 2 circles already. I've got one that's opening up. And I desired for people to ask me questions on my experience, what I was going to be able to teach them, how I would go about teaching. I virtually wanted them to ask me for my resume CV. It didn't happen. People went on the likes and follows and all of this. And it's like, spiritualism sure has changed, because you can have so many likes on one platform, so many likes on another, and so many likes on another. And yeah, but you need to learn how to shut it off. I feel that in the past you were prevented from moving forward due to a relationship. Now you have a green light. It's your internal fears that are coming out. And Princess Boo Boo and I were discussing this. Some people are easier to read than others in face-to-face private readings. Okay. Either you're fearful of further isolating yourself by developing, or you're okay with isolating yourself to develop. Music fantastic. I've had to close the queue until I catch up a bit. And if I've got time, I will reopen. Okay. I feel there may be some... You're planning an isolated meditation. Okay. That does make sense, actually. I'm picking up there's a Wiccan focus. Yeah. Trust me, don't we all? I have to focus on my material life. Buddhist retreats are excellent if you can go on a good one. That much I can recommend. I do see the cost as being quite excessive. I feel you might be tearful over the cost. Yeah. It's like, it's the one thing you desire and cost is the preventative. Okay. I don't know why so many people charge so much. I did have a discussion with a friend who said that my fees were too cheap, that people would think I was no good or did not value my... I did not value my own experience. And that is entirely not the case. Trust me, I never go without. And that's all I need, is to know that the bills are paid, to know that my immediate needs are covered. And that's where I set my prices. But this, and it's a good friend of mine who also happens to be a spiritualist, said I have set my prices too low. And I'm thinking, no, I haven't. And they're like, well, people out there are charging $150 for 8 sessions. And I'm saying, well, I'm not. And we had this backwards and forwards about what price to put on certain things. And I said, as long as the bills to run the equipment, i.e. the cost of Zoom, because to have more than 40 minutes on Zoom requires a membership. The cost of electricity to run the equipment, that needs to be covered. And wear and tear on the current equipment, that needs to be covered. And that's how I set my pricing. It's like, as long as I'm not out of pocket, it's fine. But yes, they were critical. So if you are paying that much, please check out the pinned YouTube channel. It does have the cost attached to the videos that I have put up. I've put up 2 episodes so far on how to determine a good starting point for spiritual journeys. Because I do feel that there's been a few cancellations with you meeting a mentor. I feel there has been a few cancellations. And it's almost like you've been put on hold. It's almost, yeah, there's a feeling like I've been put on hold. I've been ready and raring to go for a long time now, and I've been put on hold. And yeah, okay, well, check out the YouTube link. I always do a few broad phases before I interview before I take on clients in circles. I feel you may have had to pay this person already just to consider you from a few months now. Okay, I feel you may have had to pay this person just to consider you. And that's wrong. That is wrong. No, I don't even ask for that. The wait is going to be worth it though, Light Seeker. I feel like, as I was saying earlier, there are circumstances in life, and the unfoldment of those circumstances as they go along can reveal the blessings. But sometimes we have to just keep rolling until the blessings arrive. Okay. They are like a family spiritual teacher. They never charge money till the first time. Okay. That's good. That's how it should be. But just remember that the process of unfoldment, the process of how our blessings unfold, is part of that journey of gratitude. And I need to say that whatever has been scaring you, please speak it out loud and say, I do not want to see that anymore. I feel that is the only way you will gain control over what you're seeing. And a spiritual teacher or a spiritual mentor will actually teach you how to shut down your spidey senses. Because we chose to live a physical life. We may be evolved enough to connect as an empath, a medium, a psychic. We may have evolved to that. But we need to live the physical existence too. We need to make our own mistakes. We need to evolve as our spiritual physical journey continues. And yes, death is just a step into the spiritual realm. But we're on this physical journey for a reason. And I'm determined to get mine right. I'm determined to get mine right. Exact same philosophy. Good on you. I am determined to get my physical existence right, because there is no way known I want to come back. No way known I want to come back. So hopefully that resonates for you, Light Seeker. And yes, we do have to thank Chaos Sucks for subbing you, even though Chaos had to get going. Okay, go back. Exact same philosophy. Okay. You're welcome, Light Seeker. And please stand up for yourself with the spirit world. I appreciate your energy. Thank you. And yes, I do have to go back to this because I do have to see where I'm up to. Okay. Sylvie, if you are there, please pop up. Otherwise, it's horse-drawn portrait. Yes, standing up in the physical realm and standing up to the spiritual realm are two things that we need to get a hold on. Because it is, even though we're physical form and spirit energy, both need the same protection. So even if you're studying to be on a spiritual journey, you can learn life lessons as well. And one of those is standing up for yourself. Standing up for your boundaries. What is acceptable to you? What is not? Okay, horse-drawn portrait. Being part of the hype train, you actually do get to choose an oracle on me. And, okay. Back in black. Okay, who's familiar with AC/DC? Because I've just heard a song that I know is theirs, but I don't know all the lyrics. I heard Back in Black, which I know is an AC/DC song. I don't know the lyrics. Because I'm back. Yeah. And I feel it has something to do with horse-drawn portrait. I feel something may have been on the outer and it's back in. Whew. Ah, there you go. You get an oracle for being part of the hype train. So you get to choose your oracle. But I do the reading first. So if you can understand of things turning around for you, of things regressing back to what they were at the start. Whew. No wonder I was hot. It's up to 30 degrees Celsius in my little room. I was trying to work out why I was so hot. Okay. Now, horse-drawn portrait, can you relate to a situation that has reverted back to what it was? You're not sure. Okay, if I put it in a relationship setting, it's as if the relationship has reset itself. It's returned to what it initially was. Yeah. Good one, Karen. If it's a job situation, pressure has been taken off you. They would have been better off to play. Maybe so. Okay. You're skeptical of this change. It's like you're even praying to give yourself strength to believe. Okay. Yeah. There's a definite reset here. You're doubtful because you feel the person held back something happy or something that wasn't scary, and try to understand where they came from and building back up again. Yeah. But try to understand why the person hid something happy. Because you've got at the base, at the foundation, yeah. Happy for them, not for you. Happy for them. Whether it's for you or not, I can't say. But for you, at the base, you've got the Ten of Pentacles and the Ten of Cups. For you, I'm not worried about you climbing back up. I do have you going from nightmares to happiness. It's like a big swing within yourself. It's like I have a nightmare and then I have a happy day. But then I go back to having a nightmare again. And okay. Stick with the happy day. The nightmare is the past. The happy day is the present. And I'll never forget someone saying to me years ago, and it's been quoted many times elsewhere, that the past we cannot change. The past is our history. The future is a mystery. Right now is the present, and it's why it's a gift. It's been quoted in many variants. It's been quoted upside down, like the future's a mystery, the past is history, right now is the present. And I feel there's joy in the present. There's so many things you need. Yes. Bring them up. I get happiness at the bottom. The swords are at the top. So bring them up. You're feeling like it would be better if you wrote people a letter. No, it wouldn't. They probably are going to be painful, but having something hidden is even worse. Okay, 3-3. I feel you're seeking financial stability moving forward. No letter. Then it's either a text or an email. It's like, I don't really want to do it verbally. Okay. I'm feeling this relates to a spring-summer event from the past. And if you need clarification for this, ask yourself, is your life any different with others knowing than not knowing? Are their lives different knowing and not knowing? you thought of... I didn't say no letters. I said you thought of writing letters. You can watch the VOD. It's now at 5 hours 19 minutes. If you go back, you'll actually hear that I did say you've been thinking about putting it in letters. So, and I feel like this relates to the past. And even though it's impacting you, I feel it doesn't change your current situation. You've acknowledged it, and now you get to build better. And hopefully that resonates, getting to build better. It would be good to do it that way. But I feel you need to ask, who is impacted by this? Will it make their life better or worse? Will it make your life better or worse? I feel that it's not as straightforward as a yes or no answer, even though I feel you want a yes answer. You're feeling that doing it will free you. But please have a look at the opposite result. Because you've heard the saying, don't shoot the messenger. And it's a case of some people do attack the messenger. That's why we have a saying, don't shoot the messenger. There you go. I feel you need to look at the flip side. And then if you wish to proceed, proceed. But I do see you writing letters to communicate. Okay. Now, we have sign of the times, vintage wisdom, or law of positivism. You thought of trying to use in-betweens. No. If you're going to communicate this, you need to communicate it directly and succinctly. Not using in-betweens, not using third parties and dragging more people in. Because the shoot the messenger thing quite often refers to dragging more people in. You're creating more messengers. So anyway, being part of my hype train, you get to choose sign of the times, vintage wisdom, or law of positivism. Your choice with the oracle as my thank you to you. And hopefully I've made sense going forward. Okay, so sign of the times, this one. That's okay, Princess Boo Boo, no worries. I understand when someone comes to the door. It happens to me while I'm streaming sometimes too. And yes, I did see car headlights come at my front window. And that's a bit freaky where I live. So horse-drawn portrait, is it this one that my hand is on? Yes, okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, which is Vintage Wisdom Oracle by Victoria Mosley. And these cards are just adorable in their tranquility and excellence of art. And just by the language used in Victoria Moseley's explanations, I do believe Victoria Moseley is from the UK or United Kingdom, Ireland, Wales area. And it's just by the type of English used that I make that assumption. So I could be wrong. See, I live in the state of Victoria. So there are a few Victorias here. And I always think of Victoria Beckham. I suppose that's Brit too, but Queen Victoria was the... We get a public holiday because of Queen Victoria. I'm not going to be angry. We get a public holiday for a long deceased monarch. And that's okay with me. Even Queen Elizabeth II never changed the date of the monarch's birthday. We get a monarch's birthday public holiday here in Australia, as do Canada, I believe. It's a song by the Kinks. I like the Kinks, and I haven't heard Victoria. I do like the Kinks, but no, can't say I've heard Victoria, but it's a great song. Okay, I'm going to have to listen to it after stream. Going to have to listen to it after I finish streaming, because I do like the Kinks. Okay, here we go. We have discernment. Hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil is what is depicted. But for me, discernment is using discretion. It is being selective on who you include in your life. It's being selective on what you will accept as being fact. And I do feel that to me, the seeing evil is the prominent one. However, speaking and hearing are also within. And because the speaking is where the crows are flying, I'm feeling that you're aware that whatever you have to share has the capability of destroying lives. Horse-drawn portrait, if that makes sense. That's just my reading on Victoria Moseley's card. Welcome in, Charlie. The queue is closed at the moment, but could reopen depending on my time. I have to do self-care. It does. Okay. I'm going to give you Victoria Moseley's version on the card, but on go the glasses, on goes the light. Oh, I like that, okie dokie. That's a very Aussie English. And once again, a thank you to Zenny Optical for my glasses. Trying to find the other pair actually, because the other pair were better. But still Zenny Optical. So, discernment. Depicted here is an adaptation of the Three Wise Monkeys, replaced by 3 vintage geishas. Their gestures characterize the famous proverb, speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil. Our sense organs can lead us astray from our goals and best intentions, or aid us in getting to the truth of a situation. The discernment card heralds an opportunity for powerful growth and expansion, and the need for raised awareness. Examine the facts, draw on any relevant wisdom learned from past experience, and listen to your intuition. Now is the time to examine the bare truth before moving forward, and for being mindful of any possible consequences of thoughts, deeds, and actions. I am gobsmacked. I am blown away. That is exactly what I said in the reading. Horse-drawn portrait, you understand this now? Sometimes it takes two different ways to present. I'm going to keep reading from Victoria Moseley, but I'm just a bit gobsmacked that it's pretty much what I said in your reading. I'm blown away. It's like closely examine the thoughts, deeds, and actions, and be mindful of any possible consequences. It's not saying that you won't do it, it's just saying be aware of the potential consequences. 3 spheres, the zodiac, compass, and world crown, each geisha suggesting variety and favourable circumstances for significant advancement. And I'm just trying to see now what each of the geishas is wearing. And yes, there's zodiac. It is lunar zodiac, but it is zodiac. The compass, yes, the compass is there. And the world crown. I see that now. So we have lunar zodiac, we have the world crown, and we have the compass. Okay, finding your true north is important, and that's what I'm getting, not Victoria Moseley. But Victoria Moseley continues to say, this forward motion depends on the quality of wisdom underlying your powers of discernment. So you have the ability to judge the possible consequences of your thoughts, deeds, and actions. And deeds are like, I see them as cognitive seeds. Who are we trying to hurt? Who are we trying to forgive? So be discerning with the powers you have. The crowns in the far distance indicate an omen of approaching change. The crows, sorry. It does say crowns in the book, believe it or not, but it's the crows in the far distance indicate an omen of approaching change. In shamanic practice, crow medicine is called upon to aid in clarity of vision and personal transformation. Guard against scattering your energies at this time, and know that the mighty ally of discernment is as critical to your survival along the spiritual path as on the physical plane. There are not many worldly laws to protect the human heart as it ventures into the unseen realms of the spiritual psyche. Yet the perils are just as real, if not greater, precisely because of their intangible nature. The sovereignty of our spiritual domain rests with our own wise counsel and the natural laws of cause and effect. So, in other words, if what we do results in someone else's pain, that is the effect of something we have put into cause. Wise discernment is key to effective integration of spiritual principles in our daily lives, and well worthy of the time, effort, and patience needed to cultivate it. So, horse-drawn portrait, hopefully that resonates for you. I'm still spooked that there was a whole paragraph that basically summed up what I got in the reading. I'm still spooked by that. And seriously, I've never seen this card before in this deck come up. And no, I don't sit there reading and memorizing my cards. But I do believe that you have the opportunity, even though you've decided that doing this would free you, you have a karmic opportunity to save others. And so your discernment in approaching this situation has power. And I know it's nice to have power, but how we utilize that power, guilt, I feel it would save them from guilt, self-harm. But just remember that power is yours. Discernment asks you to use it wisely. I know you're wanting to do it to save you, to heal from within. But just remember, your discernment has those outcome consequences. They could also save a person from their own self-shame. But is that up to you, or is that up to them? Oh, deep philosophical stuff today. Deep philosophical stuff today. Yeah. But people will always go into self-protection. So discernment is actually a good card here, because it's saying you're speaking the truth, but the truth has power. The truth has consequences. And as I said in my read, the shoot the messenger card did come up. You can choose to put certain people on the karma bus and let karma take care of it. I feel you're way beyond that. You're needing self-healing. You're needing it to happen quick. And you feel that writing these letters to people will accelerate the self-healing. It may actually do that. But the shoot the messenger theme was something that came up both in Victoria Mosley's discernment card and in the original read that I got. And people's reaction can go so many different ways. Do you want them turning on you as the messenger? Because sometimes that can leave you more alone than what you already are. So I did get that you would write these letters. You don't always have to send them. Just remember that horse-drawn portrait. It can be just as therapeutic to write the letters, even if they're not sent. So I'll leave it to your discernment as to what you do with the letters. Because I feel like this could go one of two ways. Everything could blow up, or everybody could ignore them. No, if you have a neutral person to say, look, you need to fix it up, you're dragging more people into the equation. So the person who is dragged in is no longer neutral. Stand up for yourself, yes. Horse-drawn portrait, definitely stand up for yourself. But the reasons why you stand up for yourself should not be part of that. Yes, that's what I got. No, when I say blow up, it could cause all others concerned to attack each other and blame each other. Yes, they would all stick up for you, but I would rather an honest situation where people, if I said to them, you crossed a line when you said that, and each person I said it to would come back and let me know themselves. Or they would either just ghost me. And one of them is good. But as I said, don't involve a neutral person to send a blanket message. Do it individually. You deserve that much. What is it in America they say you have the right to confront your accuser? Is it in America they say that you have the right to confront your accuser? I know it's a community issue, but are you the only member of the community impacted? Ask yourself that one. Are you the only member? Hi, Jing. Thank you for the sub. And I have had to close the queue to protect my energy. 17 months subversary. Hang around, because if I have the energy, I will be reopening. No, it's more important that you work, Jing. You're not late. And I've just been talking with horse-drawn portrait. It is, if it's a community issue, what position do you hold within that community? Is it relevant that you bring it up as a community topic? If it's personally done, then I always think that approaching, if someone's got something negative to say to me, pull me aside, say it, and usually I apologize, because quite often it is my fault. I'm not saying all the time, but I'm human. And if it is a community issue, do you hold that position within the community to send something to everyone? And are you going to offend people within the community that had no part in it? So there's something deep for you to think on, horse-drawn portrait. And if you believe it's a community issue and there is a community leader, why not approach the community leader and say, I think this is a community issue, then explain what happened. And this is all using discernment. It's discerning, do I have the right and responsibility to handle this situation? Do I have the authority? Someone treated your partner, that is horrible. No, it affects you individually. I would talk to each, yes to both. I would talk to each member. If there's no leader, I would talk to each member or each person responsible individually. And it's like, pull them aside, say, look, this is what happened. Why did you do it? And let them answer. Give them the opportunity. They may fill you with a load of BS, but at least you know who to associate with going forward. Remember, discernment was all about going forward in a healthy way. And the reading was more about going forward in a healthy way. I do see you arriving at the right choice, though. So please be mindful of that. I'm picking up that there was at least one person that had absolutely no malice. Yes, they were involved, but they had no malice whatsoever. Okay. Yeah. I would approach each individual culprit, if you want to put it that way, and give them a chance to apologize to you. And seriously, whenever this happens, and I do it myself, okay, I'd be interested to know who, of course. I feel there was someone who was not malicious. Yeah, if they're being manipulated already, horse-drawn portrait, can it backfire on you? And look, even straight people face this question, so it doesn't matter how you identify. Well, you've said that they were being manipulated as pawns. So you never know the circumstances behind it. And this is where discernment has to come in. And myself as a straight person, even within relationships, there are some times I've had to let those things go to maintain peace. No, I just get that there was one person that was totally non-malicious. Totally non-malicious. Anyway, now let's see. Sylvie, if you're not back, I do have to move on with the queue, because I can remove... You're welcome, horse-drawn portrait, and I'm terribly sorry if that has happened. Of course that's happened to you. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll do it in just a second. I'm terribly sorry that happened to you. I am picking up that discernment and self-pride needs to rule your decisions. And I only say that because if more than one person was involved and they were being played like pawns in a game, are you going to come across as looking bitter? Is it better that you give people, in Australia, we've got this saying, I'll let you in on this saying, because it's very relevant. If you give people enough rope, they will hang themselves. You will not have to do anything. If people are mean and spiteful, for example, if you allow them to continue without pulling up their behaviour, their mean spitefulness will actually shine through sooner or later. That's what it means by giving people enough rope that they hang themselves. And I know it takes strength to allow that to happen, and thank you for the hydrate. I know it takes strength to allow that to happen. But sometimes the strength we show, the strength we don't show, is the more powerful. I like it too, Scorpio. And I'm a Scorpio, so it takes a lot for me to shut my mouth. It does take a lot for me to shut my mouth, and I quite often repeat that saying, give them enough rope, they'll hang themselves. And it's so true though. If you do give somebody, it's almost like giving somebody permission to carry on being an a-hole, knowing that doing that will allow so many other people to see how unkind they are. Whereas sometimes when we bring up a complaint, all anybody on the external sees is us complaining. So, horse-drawn portrait, I need you to evaluate that situation for yourself, particularly if someone has people behaving as pawns in a game. It could be detrimental on you to address the problem. In other circumstances, it could be better that you stand back and just watch them fight each other out. And social psychology would say that this is a manner in which societies have dealt with problems over millennia. And Rome, for example, they actually had an open theatre where hypotheticals could be placed to the crowd. And the reaction of the crowd would let the crowd know the hypothetical behaviour that wasn't acceptable. Unfortunately, we don't have the Colosseum, the Greek Colosseum, we don't have the Roman amphitheatre, or we don't have the Roman Senate, for example. And we're in a different, it's a model of civic education. And sometimes the model of civic education is to let the bad people, have a look what happened in the 1930s Prohibition era, for example. Yes, there was a lot of bad things happening, but they let the bad continue until the repeal of, what was the amendment number? Amendment 18? Until that was repealed, they just let it happen. And of course, once it was repealed, all of the lawsuits then came, because it was like, okay, I don't agree with that behaviour going that far. And it used to go into politics, it used to go into law enforcement. Nobody agreed with it, but they gave them enough rope that they hung themselves. In fact, they got themselves convicted by continuing with the behaviour. So there's plenty of historical models that show that socially, civic education is quite often the best way of handling things. So let's see, I'm going to... Now, I believe Sylvie may have left. Haven't heard from Sylvie. But horse-drawn portrait, use your discernment of what you think is right under the circumstances. And I feel that's why you drew the discernment card. Because it's a complex social situation where only you can judge the appropriate course of action. And hopefully today's reading has helped you assess which way is best. And I'll just put the list up because I do believe Sylvie has left. So, largest cat reformed. If you are still there, please pop up. Because largest cat reformed does deserve the oracle. Ha! There you are. Thank you for helping me get level 2 hype train. It was very early on. I do feel as if there's an employment situation. No, I do appreciate it, and I will give you an oracle card as a reward for the hype train. I feel as if there's an employment situation where you've been left out in the cold. It's either an employment opportunity or an employment situation where you've been left out in the cold. Largest cat reformed, can you understand this? Just a yes or a no at this stage. Not fully. Okay. You're not being treated as you should have been or as was promised. It's like not properly trained either. It's like someone's cut corners here. Okay. Wheel of Fortune. Hope you were listening to the last reading because I think that relates to you as well, to use your own discernment in actions going forward. You're wanting a relationship read, aren't you, largest cat reformed? I'll refund that nectar knot. Oh, no, I won't. I'll go and do the stretch when I've turned down the blind. So if you can wait a minute, nectar knot. Largest cat reformed. Okay. My guide told me not to change. This is weirdness plus. Okay. You're in a situation where you have to be silent. Thank you, Nectar Knot. I feel you're in a happy situation finally, but you're feeling that you have to be silent. My guides told me not to change this one, largest cat reformed, so I'm going with them. I know you've said not fully, no, and no. I feel like you were on the verge of doing something when someone turned their back. And you're not completely sure whether they've come back fully. Sorry, this has to do with love. This has to do with love. And I want to say they have come back fully. They have come back fully. But there's something about why ain't I getting any? So, largest cat reform, just yes or no? I feel there has been displays of affection There has been attempts at physical contact. There's a struggle with the financial situation of both you and another person. You've got the Star card. Can't change it. Yeah. Someone's action meter has been off kilter. As in, action meter not operating to the point of how it should be. Largest cat reformed, you really are pushing me at the moment. Because I'm feeling like you've applied patience and you're expecting a result. And the result isn't coming as you expect it to. Whoever this is that's forgiven you is brave. Or whoever you've forgiven, you are brave. I do have to say, this is life-altering stuff. You've got quite a few major arcana here. It's like you're trying to make a choice with your eyes closed. Open your eyes. Please open your eyes. Largest cat reformed, can you understand why you're waiting for a particular person to start treating you like an ex? Okay, yeah. Okay, I have to give what I get. Largest cat reformed, because there is a deep fear here. I feel there's no moving forward. Things are stuck. Even though you started off with the Wheel of Fortune, it should actually be moving quite significantly. But there's a solo energy and a fear of somebody walking away. I've never seen the 9 of Cups and 10 of Pentacles turn into the Hermit. Ever. If you're considering walking away, Largest cat reformed, please allow the other person the courtesy of letting them know. And welcome in, Taco Lover. Yes, the queue is closed. I may reopen it depending on time. No, it's only closed so I can catch up. It was at 27 hours ago. So I had to play catch up. And Largest cat reformed seems a little unhappy. Because I feel like they may be wanting to walk away from someone who forgave them. And I want to say you'll be walking towards misery. Can you understand having somebody in your life that makes things happy, makes things exciting? And I'll just... Not at the moment. It doesn't have to be romantic. When I say someone in your life that makes things happy, that makes things exciting, It could be a best friend. But there's still regression to the past. There's still regression to what others have done. And being part of the hype train level 2, you do get an oracle card at free. You don't have to redeem it. I will do it for you. You've got star energy here, but I'm fearing you're holding on to material possessions other than kindnesses, rather than kindnesses, I should say. And I lost my n when I said that, kindnesses. There's others being kind. One in particular. Okay. You can choose Sign of the Times, Law of Positivism, or Vintage Wisdom. My guide told me not to change it, so Largest Cat Reformed, I may be picking up on immediate future. So please hang in there. Vintage Wisdom. Seems to be a popular one today. If you've just recently walked away from someone, then I can accept that it would be future. However, I don't think that's the case. Have a look at that. Love's on the bottom of the deck. Love is on the bottom of the deck. We'll see what comes up though, because I'm curious now, Largest Cat Reformed. You've got the World at your feet. You've got the Ace of Cups. You've got the Wheel of Fortune. You've got so many major arcana here. It's like you're traveling the Fool's Journey. Indecisive comes up. All the cards that would indicate to me indecisiveness come up. Holding on to material objects definitely comes up. So think wisdom rather than materialism. And sometimes it's the words we pick. The words that I would pick would be different from Victoria Moseley with the Vintage Wisdom Oracle. And sometimes some people resonate with it. Rather than my words, even though they can be quite similar. And trust me, I'm an Aussie Scorpio. My words are harsh when I do pick them. Disagreement could be difficulty in another person's language. Okay, you've got a decision ahead of you. Please open up your heart for the decision that's ahead of you. I do feel like you are in a relationship. Someone's feeling unloved though. So we will see what comes up. Okay, enchantment. Pansies. Okay. Yes, I do feel you are within a relationship. That there's admiration, but it's unspoken. Let's see what Victoria Moseley has to say. Yes, a romantic relationship that's been unspoken. I feel you are in one, largest cat reformed. You are in one. Not at the moment, you don't think. You'd know if you were. But let's see what enchantment has to say. And maybe Victoria Moseley's terminology, the words Victoria Moseley chooses, might make that. I feel you are harsh on yourself, largest cat reformed. Okay. Okay, here we are. Enchantment. Glasses have to go on. And again, Zenny Optical, thank you for my lovely glasses. Okay. And I'll turn the deck this way if I can get the card. And yes, they're 27 centimeters, but I'm lucky enough I have large enough hands to cover it. A beautiful mermaid relaxes on rocks as she combs her long tresses. Dusk approaches, and the last warm rays of the setting sun give way to the coming night sky. Although the motions of the sea are unpredictable, this is a moment of peace as gentle waves lap against the shoreline and the approaching ship glides towards its destination. Like a wise sentinel, the all-seeing lighthouse presides over the horizon. 3 giant pansies crown the scene. In the language of flowers, they symbolize remembrance of the deceased. Mermaids have long been considered figures of enchantment. They use their seductive beauty to beguile sailors, sometimes to their death, but without the sparking of grace of enchantment, the world would be a dull and colourless place. Its delicate aura impassions the spirit and animates the most fantastical dreams and ambitions. Enchantment beckons us to our fullest potential, but can also destroy us if we exist solely. If we exist solely to live in the shadow of its spell. Is the siren showing you some new way of seeing, or is she warning you of rocky shores, which her light does not illuminate? Just as the presence of enchantment can delight, this card also calls for strength of character to discern wise decisions from superficial whims. Only you can determine whether you have been bestowed with a blessing to enjoy, or if you are in danger of being swept away by the tide of unconscious desire or conditioned response. If you feel safe within the spell of enchantments, go ahead, dive in and explore. But if you are unsure, remember the far-sighted lighthouse. Think of the plight of those unfortunate sailors and keep your feet firmly rooted on terra firma. Okay, I need to get back to this now. You kept saying, not at the moment, you don't think. I kept getting impassioned, universal desired love. Now, largest cat reformed, if that is not current, it is immediate past. And this card coming up, it quite often, cards, as I've said in the past, cards do not indicate spirit. I am not connecting with spirit. at the moment that I know of. But it did say about lost loves. And it made me think that there was a chance that it could be in spirit. Or the ending of a relationship that was blissful. Immediate past makes sense. Okay. It was blissful. And yet there's still focus on the hurt. Largest Cat Reformed, if you have lost a love to spirit, my heart goes out to you. If you have lost this blessed love to societal demands, my heart goes out to you. Please use your own discernment about when you are ready. I fear there may be an energy pushing you forward to make decisions now about another relationship. I feel there's still unspoken grief. I feel there's still unspoken, and I'm not picking this up from spirit. I know when I have a spirit connection and I know when I don't. There are still too many times of you thinking of a past situation. And I do have to say, everything was great. The love was deep. The physical was amazing. And getting the enchantment card, which is the only mermaid card in this deck, makes me think that the siren song could be tragedy coming out verbally. I do feel a lot of sacrifices were made in that past relationship that involved material possessions or money. And I feel that that missing link has you either wandering or sitting in regret. Not regret might be the wrong word. It's sitting in unhappiness. And I feel there's 2 children that would be involved here. So Largest Cat Reformed, just let me know if that resonates. And please, just because now I'm not picking up a spirit connection does not mean that what I've been picking up is incorrect. Okay, it mostly resonates. I will leave it with you. If it is a spirit that comes through, much more personal evidence is given. And that's why I do believe I wasn't connecting with a spirit energy. So just take it that your energy is conveying this. And there's still a deserving connection of... There's a connection of you deserving the same again. So please don't give up. Please don't think that it will never come again. Okay. Now, I'm just going to check. Yes, I put it in the deck. I've been doing the silliest things today. Oh, please forgive my... You're welcome, Largest Cat Reformed. If I keep going when my guide says keep going, I keep going. And please forgive me if I don't seem as emotional as what the reading seemed. But I do have to keep my energy up to continue streaming. So I tend to make light of things, and it's not making light of your situation. It's like you're in search of the same thing. Don't give up hope. And if I do have a spirit come through, they usually give much more personal information, which leads me to believe that Nectarnot did a stretch redeem. I am going to do that now because I do have to go and shut the blinds because it's now 9 p.m. I don't think we've got to you yet, Nectarnot. I'm just going to put up the list. Oh, there we go, yes. Redeeming your stretch at the moment, only because I do have to. You two largest cat reformed, and please come back again. Yeah, I believe that too, Nectarnot. I just have to go through because Tony is a sub as Blue Moss Dragonet is a VIP and a sub. So I believe you're next though. I do have to go and shut some blinds. So in order to do that, I'm going to put the bee right back up. I just thought I'd let you see that I do the stretch. The queue's closed at the moment, Lilla, but I'm looking at reopening it soon. Thank you for your patience. I did go around and shut all the blinds. I did whip off a message to, if anybody saw, I did purchase the Titanic Tarot Deluxe Edition, which is supposed to come with a box, by the way. And I reached out to the seller saying the cards were missing. Apparently I'm not the first person. Hey pal, welcome in. Apparently I'm not the first person not to get the cards. So they're sending me out 2 decks. If anybody else is interested in the Titanic Tarot, let me know. I have absolutely no use for 2 decks. 1 will be plenty. Well, there you go, pal. We'll see. They're shipping it out to me ASAP. But, oh, okay. Well, I'm going to have to check it out. And the queue is only closed so I could catch up. Seriously, within like, I think it was less than an hour, there was 20 in the queue. So I had to close the queue. And it is still 30 degrees here in my meditation room. So I do have the fan going, which you may pick up in the microphone. I have had to power up the aircon in the main living area. But anyway, Nectarnot, you are up. Because I believe Sylvie has gone. So let's get the cue right first. Okay. Now, Nectarnot. Spirit have dominated today's reads, I swear. I'm picking up like a grandmotherly vibe when I tune into you, Nectarnot. And grandmother passed. Your grandmother always comes up. I can't remember reading for you in terms of grandmother. But this is like a powerful powerhouse. And I feel that grandmother was quite... grandmother's telling me... she almost always comes up. She visits you in your dreams. Yeah, I believe you do, but grandmother was Catholic or Christian. Grandmother was a little over 5 foot. Just yes or no here. Well, there you go. Let me give you the evidence. Oh, there's an ad. That's okay. You're back. I feel grandmother was 5 foot, little over. Isn't it good when they're quick? Grandmother was a little over, yes, tiny, 5 foot. But it was a little over and you couldn't forget that little bit that it was over 5 foot. Yeah, fiery too. She's like bossy. She told me to shut up about the Titanic cards and let her speak. And I feel I'm getting the name Lillian. Okay. And She's impressing upon me that white flowers were placed on her coffin. Okay, that's fine. I can get names wrong. I don't get the character wrong because they come at me. Okay, there were white flowers placed on the coffin. And I feel there was also a white crochet or a white lace drawn across the coffin or placed across the coffin with white flowers on top. Nectar Knot, just let me know if this resonates with you. Okay. You will need to ask family members. You don't have to get it for the altar that you have. Your father's urn is white. And that's her son. Okay. This is the grandmother I'm picking up. So if you can ask family members what was on top of the coffin. I feel it, when you say father's urn is white, your father picked out something. And I feel father passed before. Father passed before mother. She is Muslim. There's not normally buried with white cloth. Thank you for that. But mum's still alive. No, I get father. Your father's urn is white. And that was her son. I believe her son was there to meet her. So I believe father's mother, father passed before mother. And if you're saying father's mother is still alive, that I can accept. I should really be doing tea reads or coffee grounds with this one. Okay. Perhaps that is the explanation. I feel they met. There you go. I kept seeing coffee grounds and she did the coffee ground reads. Thank you. Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, I feel you need to pick it up again. I feel there's a need for a mentor in picking it up again. I do feel like there was trouble with shortness of breath, but I feel that had to do with diabetes. And there was a lot of stairs to go up to get from marketplace to home. She just smoked a lot. I can accept that. But if you can understand there's a lot of stairs. Yes, there you go. A lot of stairs. I want to say... okay. No. Keep going, Karen. There was a sacred process your grandmother went through. I feel you need to revisit that sacred process. So be true to the faith. And a lot of people may tune out hearing Muslim and be true to the faith. The Muslim faith is beautiful. Extremists, both on Catholic, Christian, any extremists, they killed Protestants, so Catholics aren't perfect. Any extremism is bad. I get that this grandmother was not an extreme person. She went by the teachings. And the teachings are more generous than what a lot of people understand. Yeah. The West can be very judgmental, let's say. But, well, Australia is considered part of the West, but the religion is very beautiful. And I'm acknowledging that. I'm also acknowledging that it is peace and love, it is community sharing. And what a lot of people don't understand is at the end of Ramadan, there is Eid. And Eid is about sharing your bounty with your community. And in Christian terms, that is exactly the same tenets behind our Easter. So please don't judge another religion on somebody else's. Understand it. I do feel grandmother was, yes, Eid is the same as Easter. So thank you, Nectarnot. I do feel that there was a particular oil grandmother used. And when I say an oil, it was an oil for the saucer rim. Was olive oil used for the saucer rim? I've got a coffee set to do coffee reads. It's a different coffee than what most people would understand it as. I do believe this grandmother also planted herbs on a balcony. Okay, her mother taught her. Okay, on her balcony with the herbs. Okay, that's what I got. And it was because your grandmother talked to the plants. It wasn't about water. It wasn't about anything else. It was because grandmother talked to the plants. Please pick up this again. Grandmother is urging me, please pick it up in the spirit and the faith that grandmother practiced. And I may not look it, but I was taught to read Coffee Grounds by a group of Muslim ladies that I helped with English. So, you know what it all means. Because I get the philosophy behind it is, and the rituals behind it has community spirits. Oh, it came by accident, Nectarnot. It was totally accidental. It was my role to help PTSD Muslim women. As you know, Muslim women are not allowed to gather unless other women are approved by the men. And if you think this is archaic, think it's archaic. 50 years ago, Christians believed that too. And a Christian woman was not allowed to go into a church without a head covering. So if you want to argue religions with me, fair enough, argue. But it is a beautiful religion. And I was chosen as the person to assist post-traumatic stress disorder. And these women, once they were comfortable with me, we started talking about everything and anything. Right down to Australian customs and what they actually meant. Right down to learning English to be able to shop. And in our conversations, these Muslim women found out I was a spiritualist. And as a result, they said, oh, we can teach you coffee reading. And so every few weeks, we would set aside one day to do coffee reading. Yeah, once you're accepted, the doors are always open, and I do appreciate that. So I appreciate everything that has happened in my life. And Please allow this grandmother to guide you through coffee reading again. I feel you may need a modern mentor. There is a YouTube link up there. Feel free to click on it, Nectarnot, because I do have openings in a spiritual journey circle, which is a gathering of people that want to develop intuitively. So there you go. Then you have a perfect place to do your readings. Your grandmother is arguing with me when I say that. So please bear with me. Your grandmother is arguing with me, saying that the place needs to be sacred. There is nothing wrong with you making one table within that cafe sacred. And to me, black cats have been lucky. At every pivotal moment in my life, at every positive moment, I've owned a black cat. So never think of black cats as being bad luck. And as you would know, quite often in the Islamic faith, funeral attire is white, daily attire is black. So the closer we are to earth, our daily attire is black. And it doesn't mean bad. It just means this is our daily attire. When we attune to spirit, white. This is our tuning to spirit or morning attire. So you know more about it than what I do, Nectarnot. That I will definitely give you. But blessings on your journey. And I know you said your grandmother was Egyptian and Palestinian, but for some reason I want to say Nasselson. Yeah, I know you typed that in, so, but for some reason I want to say Nasselson. I know it's Turkish, so I could be insulting you, so trying to understand it. You'll get the grip of it, and there's a reason grandmother keeps coming up. And I think I was speaking earlier about the unfoldment of existence. Yeah, it means hello. It means hello, how are you? And if you were to respond, it would be San Nasselson, which means you would answer, of course. You would say whether you were good or bad, and then you would say San Nasselson, and how are you? But that's Turkish, briefly. My Turkish isn't as great as what it used to be, but if we learn from each other, we can grow as a society, and we are all interconnected, regardless of our physical belief. We're all interconnected, and really you only have to examine crucial moments in each religion to understand that we are more linked than what you could ever know. Yes, we are all family. We are all part of a divine universe. And even those that are science-based anatomists would believe that. We are all part of a divine universe. I try and manifest it in my actions, and each step in life is about making decisions based on the collective. quite often we don't as a society, but if we want to change that, we need to set aside fear and inject hope. And that's within our action. So if you can do that, neck to knot, your grandmother would be... She's playing with my hair. I feel she used to play with your hair. Neck to knot, if you can understand that. There you go. She can stop playing with my hair now. There's not enough of it. But feisty. Oh, boy. Came in quick. Yeah. So please accept her love, and if you do need a mentor, the YouTube connection is there. I have started a series on what it means to be in a development circle and be with a mentor. And if that suits you, feel free. I do conduct interviews once I get down to selecting a circle, which is a group of women that get, well, in Islamic faith, it's women that get together and discuss. In spiritualist faith, it's a group of people. It's non-judgmental. So there you go. I have faith too, neck to knot. And by all means, check it out. I welcome any base faith, and there is no need to change a base faith to progress on spiritual journeys. So just keep that in mind, everybody. And I knew I would put some people off by, well, their loss. Okay, now. Oh, you're welcome, neck to knot. Yes, if we can do that, we can all be together. And Moreau, you are up next. Taco lover, some people don't wait for the explanation. They don't wait to understand. And society has that thing at the moment where we listen to respond. We don't listen to understand. And I love expanding my energy and listening to understand. But I realise sometimes I'm a bit weird. Sometimes I am a bit weird. Yeah, if it's meant to be, it's up to me. That's how I look at it. I appreciate you too, neck to knot. Trust me, I grew up a Catholic, so in a different time, and oh no, we would never be. Look, I was a rebel. We would have been friends anyway. Seriously, I was known for that. I was known for bringing home strays that didn't quite fit in. And yes, I have friends of all races, creeds, religions, and languages, and I love languages, so it's just me being me. You are half rebel. Yeah, I was too. Oh, see, by high school I was actually working. I started work at 13, but I'm grateful for all of my experiences. I was much more of a rebel when it came to primary school. I'd stand up to teachers, an 8-year-old, at primary school. I wasn't the most popular kid, I can tell you that now. was not. Teachers thought I was well behaved and polite, courteous. Okay. King Hal. Or King Hay. Hal. And I do think people have dropped off, but thank you for doing the shout outs to people. Taco Lover. And I do not believe King Hal is in there. I haven't even put the list up. It wasn't commendable for a Catholic Nectonaut. It was rebellious. It was rebellious and wasn't well thought of, but well. Tony, or Duck Explore Tony. There you go. It's nice. I had somebody who supported my independent streak. Don't worry, Taco Lover. This list is going back from 2 hours into my stream. 2 hours in. Wasn't that right, Nectonaut? You've been here for 7 hours. Or 6 hours, actually. Yeah, just about. Nectonaut's been here since the start. 6, yeah. Thought it was 6. Thank you for hanging around, Nectonaut. And as soon as it was your turn, your grandmother told me to shut up about the Titanic and get on with what she wanted to say. I like spirits that are like that, believe it or not. Well, Nectonaut, I am offering my services as a mentor, don't forget. So I do have 2 circles up and running, but they're full. And I am opening up another circle. So there's a possibility there. And I am running some like introductory stuff. So there's already 2 videos on YouTube. So it's easy to catch up. They're only half an hour. Okay, Bobby. And Blue Moss Dragonette, if you're there, please stay. Thank you, Nectonaut. And I do appreciate anonymity as well, so don't be fearful of that. Let's see. You're there, Blue Moss Dragonette. Okay. I'm going to do your read because you've been hanging around, what, 5.5 hours? Brave you. 5.5 hours. I know. Beautiful people will attract beautiful people. And okay, I feel like you're standing up for yourself in a way that is calmer, Blue Moss Dragonette. And I know you're a calm person. So for you to stand up calmer, I feel you're being philosophical about things. I feel like your earning potential has increased too. And, okay, excellent. Just what I want to hear. You're waiting for the other shoe to drop though. It's like, okay, everything, all the boxes are ticked, everything's in a row. What's next? What do I have to defy next? Oops. Yeah, I feel like you're waiting for a tower moment. Excellent. You're taking care of yourself, but can you understand waiting for this tower moment? Okay. Yeah, you let somebody in that you've just climbed out of your buzz. You let somebody in that killed your buzz and you've just climbed back up out of it. The Ace of Swords, you're taking appropriate action. There, tower moment. I knew it was going to be there. You will climb out again. And a lot of you have heard my phone go off at night or while I'm streaming. And yes, I have tub thumping as my ringtone. I get knocked down and I get up again. And it seems that's been the process of my life. Lady Pallas Athena. Yeah. I can guess how it ended because I've got tub thumping as my ringtone. Music fantastic. I haven't reopened the queue just yet. Yeah. I constantly pick myself up. And Blue Moss Dragonette, I'm picking up energy that is you as well. That you've done it so often that you're doing it again now. And yeah, Ace of Cups, there you go. You're doing it again now. You're picking yourself up. You're dusting yourself off. You're ready for that new beginning. There's you standing up for yourself. And the more often we do it, the better we get at it. You're wanting some peace and quiet before anything comes in, though. You may get your wish, you may not. With the Ace of Cups to the Queen of Wands to the Knight of Wands, you may not get that peace and quiet. It may pick up quickly. Yeah, devil energy. You'll be glad to know you'll pretty much see the red flag of the next one. You'll see the red flag of the next one straight away. You're fearful that you won't, though. You will. Okay, Queen of Swords. You're fearful that you won't see the red flag. You'll see it straight away. I feel there may be two energies at once. Yeah. You're going to be celebrating, though. You'll pop somebody's balloon. There'll be two energies at once. You will pick the red flag immediately. And it's like, but will the nightmares stop? That's the question I get. But will the nightmares stop? Okay, they will. They will stop. I feel you may be inclined to do a ritual. Like, you're welcome, Blue Moss Dragonhead. You deserve it. You were my mod when I first started. Thank you, Nectarnaut, and thank you for hanging around for 6 hours for your read. Much appreciated. Blue Moss Dragonette, I do feel that you will be doing some kind of ritual to get rid of the energy. Like, I feel they may have left possessions at your house or something, like, not expensive ones, but little things. You know, like they might leave, I don't know, a bar of soap. But I feel you'll be doing some ritual like burning them. And there's a reward coming here. I don't know whether you're going to investigate North American Indian practices or you're taking a trip to California. But you're rewarding yourself. And I feel like there's equipment missing. You can understand that. There's equipment missing and all that was left was a cord coming out of the wall. I can see a lonely cord hanging out of a wall. Don't tell me this actually happened. Kingy, I just got through putting you as next, so you need to turn in your internet router. Oh, you poor thing. Hopefully you're able to still stream. You cleaned out your apartment before you left. Good on you. I feel there's a refund coming when you turn in that router. There's a refund coming. Yeah. But go for it. Reward yourself. That's strange, me seeing a cord coming out. No, I feel it's going to be offered. Not many people return them, believe it or not. So I feel whatever phone company you're dealing with will actually offer it. I'm shocked by the amount of people that don't return their router. It's in every single contract you sign for the internet. Seriously, it is. And the amount of people that don't return them is mind-blowing. And hopefully that resonates for you, Blue Moss Dragonette. You are going to be seeing the red flags from now on. I know it sounds pessimistic, but whenever I go out on the roads, I drive as if every single other driver is out to get me. When I interact with human beings, I pretty much think like I'm at the poker table. Everybody's out to con me in some way. I've got to play the cards I've got in front of me and not let anything else distract me. Yeah. Well, there you go. And that's how you're operating now. Okay. That's a good thing. Yeah, but as you said, Blue Moss, it's virtually useless outside of the contract. And seriously, I've known people just not to hand it in even if it's within the contract. And there's no real cost. Yeah. People have to earn your trust. Yeah, exactly. Every human being has to earn my trust. And I go out on the roads thinking everybody is out to get me when I'm driving around. And that's how I avoid the other idiots on the road. When I'm at the poker table, it's as if everybody's trying to trick me. And unfortunately, I seem to be that way with other human beings. You know, people are going to trick me. And trust me, I do shut down my spidey senses, so half the time I'm operating without them. Spidey senses for me are only used when I'm doing the work or when I'm working as a medium. Yeah. No, I used to be blissfully unaware and I would attract people that were good at heart. Now I'm juggling in a different way. I'm rolling with my homies in a different way. And I know that's an old one, but it works for me. It works for me. If I say I'm rolling with my homies, and it was a pretty stupid song when it was released, but it seems to describe exactly how I'm approaching things as a mature person. As long as I'm having fun and nobody is getting hurt, that's okay. Now, let's see. I believe... Okay, Blue Musk Dragonette, I've done yours. And let's see. Oops. There we go. I'm getting through my shout outs. Now let's see. Blue Musk Dragonette I had done. Let's see. Kaylee. Oh, Kingley. Or King Hale. King Hale. I think I've got that right. Okay, it is your turn. And you only just missed out by a few seconds, and I do know you've been waiting 5.5 hours. So it is much appreciated. Today has been over the top generous, over the top in terms of people joining the queue. As I said, within 2 hours it was 20 people. And I'm picking up that life has turned on its head. Life has turned on its head. Taco lover, you know I'm not that mean. You know I'm not that mean. Okay. King Hal, I do have to let you know I tune into your energy first before turning over any cards. I will get to answering your question once I've got your energy tuned in. I am picking up that things have been quite unusual in your life. It's quite almost like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory or Alice in Wonderland. Things have been happening in a weird way. Just a yes or a no is fine. And the no's can be as loud as the yeses. So King Hal, if you can let me know. I should say, before joining the queue, please read the About Me. Just a yes or a no. I need to know I'm with your energy and not with the last read I did. And the quicker we can get through this, the quicker I can get to your question. Okay? Why don't I believe you? I feel there's been father issues, as in father has been unkind, judgmental, strict. Just a yes or a no here too. It's okay if it's a no. It lets me know which side of my head to listen to. And I do know there can be quite a delay depending if you're coming in on your father is deceased. Okay, can I ask father passed with brain aneurysm, please? Here we go again with the spirit. Father passed with brain aneurysm. Or injury to left side of face. It's okay, yes or no here to King Hal. I need to know whether my information is coming from spirit or coming from my intuition. And it's okay if it's no. I'm human. I'm okay with making mistakes. At 56, I should be. Father passed with brain aneurysm. Okay. Intriguing. It's either a yes or a no. I haven't... Cards aren't necessarily spirit, so I need to know where this is coming from. I feel it's spirit because I feel there was a separation with father prior to father's passing. King Hale, if you can... Okay. What was intriguing? I just needed a yes or a no. I need to know which side of my head to listen to. Doing so many readings in like 7.5 hours, my intuition comes in one side and then comes in the other. And I'll still get to your question, trust me. Okay, I think I need someone in chat to give guidance to King Hal, please. Just because it's a spirit reading doesn't mean I don't get to your question. So... Father passed with aneurysm. Yes, no. Or paralysis on the left side of the face. Taco Lover, you're good at this. Can you give some instructions to King Hale, please? He's a newbie, by the way, and we welcome newbies. But I can't keep shuffling the cards. Oh, thank you, pal. Okay. Can you understand being separated from father for 10 years prior to father's passing? 12 years. 10 to 12 years. I said 10 and then I got told 12, but anywhere within that frame I can accept. I did chat. I did pick up a separation between father before father passed. So I'm not trying to make things fit here. I did get a separation. So 12 years, 10 to 12 years prior to passing. Okay. And I do know that when we're on phones, it can be a bit slower to respond. I'm hopeless with texting, seriously. Okay. 6 years ago he passed. Okay. Okay, I don't know the time he passed. If you think it was 6 years ago, I believe 10 years prior to that was the last contact you had with him. 10 to 12 years prior to Dad's passing or father's passing, there was a break in contact. And as I said, just a yes or a no is fine. Okay, I don't want to lose this energy because otherwise I'll lose information. And thank you, Pal, for jumping in. Okay, yes, you believe. I feel you're seeking a long-term situation with somebody you already know. I know you asked, is new love coming soon? I feel you're seeking permanency with somebody you already know. Okay. You're shocked that I've picked this up. That's what I need to say. And I do believe it is a spirit connection, but until I get more evidence, that's as much as I'm going to say. But I do feel the person you're asking the question about is already in your circle of friends or in your acquaintance group. I feel this is a person you will do right by. And I feel you may have known them for quite some time. You may have known this person for quite some time already. You don't really have friends. Well, there you go. King Hile. I do believe whoever this is has been in your circle of acquaintances for at least a time period of 3. 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years. A time period of 3. I do believe that there was admiration there, but it's going to shock you that this person had feelings for you as well. I feel you may not have mentioned anything to this person, but it's going to shock you that this person had feelings as well. I do feel the person you're speaking about is quite well educated, quite learned. There you go. I'm drawing a few extra cards for you because you hung around for 6 hours to get your reading. So I'm drawing a few extra cards. I feel there's been at least two savage breakups in your past, and you've been on the lookout for someone, but I feel this someone has been part of your acquaintance circle for some time. As I said, a time period of 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years. And this person is fun-loving. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if this person is a Scorpio. Fun-loving to the point of King Hyle. Do you think I see that clearly? As in any details on setting? Pal, do I go that deep? Do I go that deep? No. I feel you may have overlooked this person while looking for the perfect. Trust me, there's no such thing as perfect. You may have overlooked this person while looking for the perfect. And thank you, pal. I do believe that the person concerned is well educated. I feel the person concerned may be a little bit older. You have no idea who that person could be. Then start looking at everyone around your circle of acquaintances. I feel you had at some point an attraction for this person. Either their situation or their openness turned you off. Yeah, and look, if love came in a nice pretty package with a bow and a ribbon on it that was all perfect, I'd think I ordered a plastic doll from Amazon. Imperfections are what make this person. And I feel the imperfections and resilience of this person are admirable to you. So think of somebody that overcomes obstacles in their life well and with a smile. Think of somebody that marches to the beat of their own drum and really does not worry themselves with what other people think. Seriously, really does not worry themselves with what other people think. Okay. Well, King Hal, I'll give you the chance to look around your own social circles or your own acquaintance circles to see if this person has recognition. As I said, I'm picking up like a Scorpio vibe, so a November birthday person. I'm picking up that you know this person, they're well educated. You've known them for a time period of 3, so 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years. They walk to the beat of their own drum, and you admire them for that. So you may be clueless, but you may have overlooked them because they're not your type. And seriously, do you want to order a plastic doll from Amazon? No, I don't. I don't. I need much more animation than what I could get from Amazon. Seriously, I do. I need much more animation. Okay. Now, Pal, you help me out with passing on how I work. It is in the About Me section to King Hale, by the way. Pal, I will do your reading. Because I'll make sure the queue's empty first, but I believe it is. If you wish, Pal. There you go. Queue is empty. It took me 6 hours to get through the queue. Have you and I got a whisper open, Pal? Ah, here we go. And this is why I've been... Yeah, there you go. It just says hi, the whisper I've opened up. But there you go. The Hype Train Level 2 has unlocked an emote. And it is why the queue went so savage so quick. I don't know, King Hal. I wasn't given a time. I feel like you already know them. I think I said that like 5 times. I feel like you already know them. And it is now 7 hours 35 on my VOD. So if you wanted to go back and then rewind to your read to see it again. But I did believe I quite frequently said that you already knew them. Chat, am I mistaken there? Just let me know if I'm mistaken there or not. Okay. I did say it quite a few times, yeah. Thank you. See, everybody listens in. Everybody comments. Is it my best reading ever? No. Am I honest with what I get? Yes. Okay, my guy just told me to change decks. Ha. There you go, pal. Okay. I feel like life has shocked you, and there is an ad break that's in progress. If you're in an ad, please let me know. Pal, I'm feeling like there's a shock development in life for you. And it's a turn. It's a shock turn. What do I mean? It's something that came out of the blue that has had you run off your feet. Okay. You're running. Is that a good thing though? Your career's running you ragged? I feel you really had to stand up for yourself when it started running, when it started going in a forward motion. You had to stand up for yourself. And I feel there was some negotiation moving forward as well. And that negotiation was also within self negotiation, where you had to turn your back on a dream. But the reward is there. You were walking towards something better. I'm picking up you had to turn your back on a dream, and you're now walking towards something better. And I really feel like I have to say the battle is now over. It's like it was an internal battle as well as an external battle. And I do feel like the battle is now over. There you go. Congratulations. It's been relatively smooth sailing. Yeah, isn't it funny how when we get to that point, all the struggles that came before us seem to drop away? And please don't tell me you've taken up vaping. Well, I suppose everybody is now, but I'm picking up that you may have taken... no, okay. Then who is it around you that vapes? As in, you know, they've got a small amount of nicotine. They're about as big as a lighter. And you draw on it, and like e-cigarettes is the only thing. Your dad. Has your dad switched to an e-cigarette? Half the people you know. Ah. Pal, I'll leave it for you to check out who's taken it up. But I get whoever's taken it up has picked berry. Or bubble gum or something unnaturally sweet. They're sort of like steam cigarettes, but they're in a... Okay, Taco Lover, you know what they are. Can you explain them for me? They're like steam cigarettes, and they're in a lighter sized... Oh, you can smell nicotine from your dad just now. Well, pal, ask your dad if your dad knows what vaping is in terms of e-cigarette type things. Okay. I just saw it, curious as to why I saw it. Yeah, imagine a lighter, but you smoke through it. You don't flick it like a lighter, you just inhale it and it's vapor. But, yes. It's just freaky. I saw... No, don't... You can. There's not the longitudinal studies, though. There's not the longitudinal studies, so nobody knows if it's good or bad, if it's better or worse. Nobody has any idea. But it's a lot of people think it's better. But time will tell. They thought cigarettes were harmless too. They thought cigarettes were harmless. Yeah. Don't bring it up if you don't have to. Look, some people are polite about smoking and others aren't. I I never used to smoke in my meditation room until I started Twitch, and then time factors dictated that I do it that way. But if I'm in a non-smoker's house, I will never light up. And I believe your dad's pretty much the same. Your dad will excuse himself from his own home to have a cigarette, which I think is a polite smoker. And yes, there are polite smokers and there are non-polite smokers. There are ones that will sit there and blow it in your face and not care. So is it all bad? No. Look at the polite part of it versus the impolite part of it. Yeah. I know, and I'm great and I'm chill, but you don't want to see me on day 3 without a cigarette. You do not want to see me on day 3. No. No way. Day 4, even worse. I start throwing things on day 4 without a cigarette. And I decided I don't want to become that person, so I keep smoking. Okay, Taco Lover, thank you for the help. You are in next. Oh, no. Since I was 13, I've been an addicted smoker. So your dad's doing well, given the big scheme of things. I'm not going to turn into a gremlin yet. They're usually called vapes. V-A-P-E. I do believe Taco Lover did put it in the chat just above. Okay, Taco Lover. I don't use them, so I don't know. I couldn't give you a name. Okay, Taco Lover. Okie dokie. I'm picking up a scared feeling here with you, Taco Lover. It's like I don't know what's coming next. How do I prepare? Oh. In a way. I feel my life is in boxes. When I try and tune into your handle, Taco Lover, I feel that my life is in boxes. And I feel you may have started packing some things up to make room. Make room for what? I don't know. You haven't. Okay. Then seriously, Taco Lover, I can't change this, and my guide told me not to change decks. I'm feeling there's this intuition within you to minimize, as in what you don't need, dispose of. Okay. There's an intuition to focus on work, and there's a headspace set aside for focus on love. You can see that mentally. Yeah, because I get 2 spaces. Intuition space for work, head space for love. I see work winning over at the moment. It's not always going to be that way. You can agree on that. Okay. I feel work is winning over at the moment. It won't always be that way. I do feel there is freedom coming in relation to work. So either you have annual leave or holidays, or you have a structured day off where you work an extra shift and they give you a full day off. You do plan on... No, I'm not getting leaving the current job. I'm getting a structured day off. So there's a rostered day off or a structured day off. Depending on where you are, it depends on how it's worded. But it's a day off you get for extra hours worked. It's like flexi time. Some people do call it flexi time, actually. You don't know if your job's that nice. Then the next opportunity you get to take a day off, do something with it. As in, do something productive with it. Because I do see these two fields connecting with a day off. Not that you're leaving your current job, but that you have a day off and you do something constructive with it. You go to a park, you go to a museum, you go to a library. It doesn't have to be fancy, but you actually do something with that day. I know my days off, I used to get my hair cut. And they were few and far between. Oh, Blind Luck Intuitive, welcome in. Thank you for the sub. 13 months subversary. Haven't seen you for ages, lovely. I've had to close the queue. Been streaming 8 hours now. 8 hours. You need to get a haircut. Well, you get a haircut. Yeah, it'll be bedtime once I've unwound from streaming Blind Luck Intuitive. And I am running Spiritual Circle introduction on YouTube. I'm also opening up for a Spiritual Circle on Zoom. I wanted to do it on Discord, but so many other people wanted to do it on Zoom. I've shared the link here, but if you are in the viewers, follow Blind Luck Intuitive, another awesome Aussie. $5 per session per person. So it does say on the YouTube channel, I wasn't going to mention it here, because if internet costs go up, I do have to increase it to cover the internet costs, but I spread it across. I heard someone was charging $150 for $250 for 8 classes, and I'm thinking they must be raking it in. Either that or they're no good and nobody ever comes back. But anyway, the YouTube link is pinned. So back to Taco Lover. I'm glad I reminded you to get a haircut, but do something productive with that day off as well. You finished making your jewelry. Thank you for stopping in and saying hi. Mwah. Love you lots. then that is the productive thing. Can I ask, is the car red or a burgundy type colour? Okay. I feel that wasn't its original colour, Taco Lover. You can find that out. I'm sure you will know. But good luck rebuilding it. That's a massive job you've taken on rebuilding a car. It was silver before. Okay. I don't know where the red comes in, so you can fill me in on that one. I just heard red. And does it have bow tie black lights, backlights, stop lights? Like, you're looking into other cars to rebuild, some are red. Does the silver one have bow tie black lights, as in they narrow towards the middle and then get wider towards the outside of the car? The stop lights at the back? Okay, there you go. I feel it's well worth doing this one up. And look inside the car. I feel there's something red. And I know you said you're looking into other cars to rebuild. I'm not seeing other cars. I'm seeing the one you're thinking of. That's why I had to ask about the stoplights at the back being kind of what us old folk would call bow tie. Okay? Us old folk would call them bow tie look. Yeah. I feel there's was old cigarette butts. Well, there you go. We were talking about smoking and vaping before, but I feel that you got it cheap because the front windscreen was loose from the rubber. I don't know how to say it. I'm getting all blah 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 blah. The front windscreen became loose from the existing rubber, and you were able to get this car cheap. The front bumper's damaged. Then please check the front. Yeah, please check the front windscreen. I feel there may be a slight looseness with the rubber around the front windscreen. So check that. Yeah, and you can give me feedback. You can see if what I picked up on was correct. But I feel work's winning out at the moment. And yes, productive can mean working on a hobby, working on a passion. While you're working on